Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you and welcome to Literacy Moments, Women's in History Month, Women Authors Celebration. Super excited. This is our second year doing this event, and we have some awesome authors on the Zoom. I don't know why I'm tongue tied. Um, I am Kim Oglesby, the founder of Literacy Moments Magazine and also Black Authors Association. Super excited about our growing family that we have in our Facebook group. I'm an author as well. I wrote a book called Unlocking the Secrets of Modern Marketing because that's what I love. That's what I do. So it's been a really awesome experience as an author as well. So welcome everyone. We're going to get started. We're going to kick off with my super duper co-host of um, Books, Business, and Blessings. I probably screwed that up, Monica. You're going to fix it for me. But we're about to kick off our podcast soon. We're super excited about that. Monica is going to tell you a little bit about her project. She's an author as well, and a coach and a speaker. So author is Monica's here. So make sure you ask some good questions after she does her spill. Go ahead, Monica.
Well, first, as you already introduced me, my name is Monica Williams. I am a life coach, a best-selling author of multiple books, a speaker to hundreds of women for over 20 years, a dedicated social worker with over a decade of service, and visionary and CEO of I Am That Monica LLC. I am a wife and a mother of five children, and I have two grandchildren. Well, actually, three. I forgot about my other little baby that was just born. So, yes, that's my introduction. Do I need to keep going, or you want everybody to introduce themselves
No, I
first?
want you to tell us about the project you're working on now to help authors like start their dream of creating a book.
Yes. So, I have pen to paper authorship program. That program is a 16-week program where there's so many women. My audience is mostly women because there are so many women, such as myself and such as you all, who have a story to tell, a story they want to share. They just don't know what to do, they don't know how to get started, and they just need some help and some support and a push. And so in my program is where I help women be able to share their stories to, they want to know what type of stories can I tell? What should I write about? Can I say, certain people's names? So they have a lot of questions and just need someone to help coach them and guide them along that journey. And that's what I'm there to help them do. So it's plenty of women out there that just want to put that pen to paper and start writing that book. And I want to be on the journey to help coach them through that entire process. So that's part of my program.
Any questions for Monica?
How do you get your name out there? Because I can be looked at as not like someone that's on TV that you would know on TV whose books will sell quicker than someone who is not known. How is it possible? How is it possible? Because I am trying to have a speaking engagement next month at a library. Yeah, I'm in a program for disabled entrepreneurs.
So for me, a lot of what I do a lot of presence on social media. So
Mhm.
my presence is very known on social media, on TikTok, and I have a page. I am that Monica page, and I have almost 300 women in that community. And so I continue to make my presence known on social media. So a lot of people know me in this word of mouth. So I would recommend, and some people don't like social media, but it
I
it can be
started
your
that.
friend.
I
It
started social media. I have a TikTok page, an Instagram page,
mhm.
and I'm learning how to do podcasts. And I'm about to learn how to do podcasts, which I'm going to try to do Spotify because it's free.
Mhm.
And I've been learning how to make reels as well. So I take my pictures and make the reels.
And I say speak to your audience. Like for me, I speak to women. And so what do I speak about when I am looking in that camera? I am talking directly to that woman who's just like me, been through any type of trauma, and I speak on various types of traumas. I speak on empowering women, inspiration, motivation, just things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. I speak to my audience. And I don't do 20-minute videos. My videos are normally between, 2, maybe 4 minutes, sometimes, but speak to your audience, speak to their needs, and that's how you draw people in.
My target audience is mothers with disabled children from like
Hmm.
5 to 15. And I just found out through someone on social media on how to look up your subject on social media of what to put down with your pictures. So I went in and looked up this disabled, and I found all these different other good titles to use with my reels and everything.
Well, another thing I'll recommend too is in this generation that we're living in, people are looking for authenticity,
Yes.
transparency. They don't care about the bells and whistles because they got enough of that. People they want you to show up, like whoever you are, whatever that is. They want someone to connect with where they are. And sometimes we think that we need to have it looking so beautiful, so pretty. It has to be laid out. I have to sound this way. I have to look this way. You don't. You just need to show up. And you need to speak to people. You need to speak to your audience, and they need to connect with you, and you need to connect with them. And all you have to do is talk about, like you said, disability. You talk about children, with disabilities. Do you know how many women, how many moms, single moms, or if they not single moms, that has that issue and just want someone to be able to talk to
Yeah.
understand them? So sometimes you just speak right into that camera and speak to the need, speak to your
I'm
audience.
I want to make it open where I do the podcast and you can ask me questions.
Yeah.
And I'm about to go, and another title that's about to happen tomorrow is that I'm about to be learn how to be a DSP, where I learn how to help other disabled to become as independent as me. I used to have epilepsy, and I'm 2 years seizure free. And God asked me to write my book the first time. Then
Ooh.
asked me to write a second story, and the people that I'm working with were going to take both stories together and make another book. So you'll get
Well,
this one and like what all the work I did before the virus. And then I have books for children already written, some are already copyrighted, and I also have it's going to be a chapbook where it's like I'm like you're the adult and I'm the child, and we can
mm,
use these topics to chat because they like when it comes to men, when it comes to dating, no one teaches us who are disabled how to be that we
mm,
could be married or dating other
mm.
people, and they just throw us away. So I'm gonna give you all this information I learned during the virus period. So it's like a combination of Dr. Phil and me at the same
So,
time because
so
Dr.
I
Phil,
love that. I love that. I love that. I
it's a
love that.
chapbook. It's going to talk
so
about
Monica, I'm
love
sorry,
and all that
Monica,
stuff.
can
I'm
you
sorry.
tell
Let me
us a
let you
little?
go. I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Monica, can you tell us a little bit about how people can get in contact with you and drop your information in the chat as well?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I will put my information in the chat, but my website is iamthatmonica.com,
Mhm.
and my email where I can be reached is info@iamthatmonica.com. Of course, on Facebook, I'm under Monica Williams, and my Facebook page that I have is I am that Monica.
So, in order to join your program, are you having cohorts, or if people can come on anytime they feel as though they're ready?
So when people are ready, they go to my website and schedule their 30-minute free consultation. And again, the
Mhm.
website, and I'll make sure I put it in the chat, is iamthatmonica.com. Go to my website, schedule your 30-minute consultation, and then we can just go from there. Just talk about what you want, what your expectations are, what, your goals are, what I'm going to do to help you on that journey. to writing your book. So, but it first starts with let's chat, let's talk, let's have a meeting so that we can know what you want to do.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing again. Monica is also my co-host to Books, Blessings, and Business. Our podcast is about to start up in April. She'll be talking more about what she do there, and also she's always the go-to with the good questions on the podcast.
Yeah.
So, so look forward to that. Again, please reach out to her if you're thinking about writing a book. You're just not really sure. You're stuck, writing your second book, and you just need that coach. Monica is the go-to person. Thank you so much, Monica, for joining us. Anything else you want to add as well?
I also do life coaching as well, so there are plenty, again, my audience is women, and there are so many women who have given up on their dreams, goals, and aspirations. And they just think, again, I'm too old. If I haven't done it at this time, I'm not going to do it. What we have many, many goals that we want to accomplish. And it's not just about a business, it's not just about a organization or any nonprofit or for-profit organizations. People have goals to work on themselves, whether it's weight loss goals, whether it's repair a marriage, repair a relationship, personal goals. So I also am a life coach and want to help you navigate on that journey to fulfilling and achieving your goals as well, and to get rid of those limiting beliefs, the things that we tell ourselves, I can't, I'm too old, or I'm not able to do it. I want to help you to just dismantle that, because it's all lies. So just help to unlearn those limiting beliefs and to reshape and restructure. So I'm also a life coach as well. So if you're looking for a life coach or know someone that needs to be coached into helping their dreams become a reality and to fulfill and achieve those goals, again, my website, iamthatmonica.com. Go there for your free consultation, and I will put the information into this chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much joining
Mhm.
us, Monica. All right. So we started that off with some good information, and we're going to start off next with our author, Yalonda. She's going to tell us about her book, and we're going to meet Yalonda, our first author up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yalonda Neff. Thank you, Kim, for having this platform for us to share our work. So my book is called The ABCs of Black Bibliophiles. Just a little bit about myself. I live in Chicago. I'm an elementary school teacher. I teach fourth and fifth grade. I've been teaching, this is my 13th year. So I teach reading and social studies. My job, big part of my job is trying to motivate kids to read, and to try to enjoy reading. That's part of motivating. Um, I'm a big reader, not just a reader, but also a book collector. I've been collecting Black books for probably over 2 decades at this point. I have a Facebook group that's solely dedicated to collectors of Black books, or even if you don't consider yourself a collector, if you have an interest in it or just want to celebrate, Black books. So this book, The ABCs of Black Bibliophiles, so it basically uses the framework of the ABCs to talk about either a particular Black book lover or book collector or a literary institution. Um, in this book, one of the things for me, as a collector, certain names come up over and over again, like Arthur Schomburg. So a lot of the Black like libraries and archives um, that we have are really through the work of a lot of Black bibliophiles, like the Arthur Schomburg. His collection has made up the foundation of the Schomburg Center that's in New York. Dorothy Porter Wesley was a librarian at Howard University for a number of decades. That library there was through her work. Of course, we know some contemporary collectors like Henry Louis Gates and all the work he does with his books, his PBS programs. Oprah is another Black, book collector, and she promotes literacy. Um, so the excerpt that I'll read is Z. So for Z, I chose Zora Neale Hurston. So we may not necessarily think of Zora Neale Hurston as a book collector, we think of her more as a storyteller, author, of course. She was an anthropologist. A big part of her work was her anthropology work. And so she collected a lot of Black artifacts. She would go to different, parts of the United States and, meet with people and collect their stories, their folk tales, their dialects throughout the African diaspora. She, went to even parts of the Caribbean. And so this excerpt, again, she's Z. I'll read. Zora Neale Hurston was not only a celebrated writer and key figure in the Harlem Renaissance, but also a passionate bibliophile and an avid collector of objects with cultural and historical significance. Her deep appreciation for literature and storytelling was matched by her commitment to preserving the rich cultural heritage of African American communities. Hurston's extensive fieldwork in anthropology led her to gather a wealth of artifacts, songs, folklore, and oral histories, which she meticulously documented and incorporated into her works. This dedication to cultural preservation was evident in her seminal book, Mules and Men, where she captures the vibrancy of African American folklore and traditions. Through her collections, she sought to honor and validate the voices and experiences of marginalized communities, ensuring that their stories would endure for future generations. In this book, because of the language, I think it probably is best suited for intermediate grades and up. But certainly kids younger than that, you can certainly read this to them. As I kind of reflect on some of the individuals that are profiled in this book, I really appreciate, unfortunately, I think we live in a time where there's active legislation that's trying to erase a lot of our history or minimize a lot of our history. And so this book really profiles certain individuals that you may not know of or think about, who were, who felt it important to really collect our history. There was a time where public libraries weren't really open to African Americans. And so it was through the work of people like Arthur Schomburg and some of the other people that I profile in here where they opened up their homes, where they would have, community libraries or people could come and, check out books. A lot of the public schools at one point didn't really teach a lot of Black history. And so, again, these individuals are important in terms of, being able to share Black historical works. Thank you.
Any questions for Yalonda?
You may have said it, but I missed.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, you may have said it, and I missed how do we buy it?
I also put it in the chat. It's on Amazon, or you can buy it from my Shopify store. And so I'll put the Shopify link if you prefer that in the chat as well. And like I say, it's also on Amazon. You can just search it by the name, but if not, you can also get it from my Shopify store.
Any other questions for Yalonda?
How'd you get started?
With the idea or like writing the book itself?
Writing in general, or in the idea?
I work better from an outline. So I started kind of with an outline. And so because the book, is set up with the ABCs, of course, the outline was, the ABCs. Originally I was trying to profile individuals, but, certain letters are difficult. There just wasn't a particular individual that fit that letter, which is why some of them are certain institutions, like, for example, Fisk University is in here because of their libraries, an institution that's profiled in here. And Quinn Chapel, which is an old African Methodist Episcopal church that's located here in Chicago. I don't know if anybody's familiar with them, but they're another institution that I profile because they would have these book clubs and book circles when they first set up. So basically, I worked from an outline.
Thank you.
I also wanted to say that I'm also a Black bibliophile, so that's
Oh,
just
great.
this for me. The other side of my office looks just like with the book, so I wanted to know about joining your Facebook group. Is that open to join as a
Yes,
Black
yes, definitely.
bibliophile?
Yes, we would love to have you, and I can drop the link
Please do.
in the chat, and please definitely join us.
You're my people.
Okay.
That was my question too. I see all those wonderful books in the back. I'm like, how many does she have? I am so curious. Like, it's just amazing in your background.
Oh, thank you. It's kind of messy here. I'm in the process of cataloging them. I mean, last check, I mean, it was probably a little bit over 5,000. But of course, this is, decades of collecting and, you know, things like that.
So, anything coming up next for you, Yolanda? Book signings, events?
Um, I will be doing a book event. It's local to Chicago though. Over the summer, it's called the Soulful Chicago Book Festival. And I've also written a couple of other things kind of geared towards book lovers. I have some coloring books. They're all on the website
Nice.
too, but this one is Black book lovers coloring book. This one is on Black vintage magazine cover coloring book.
Nice.
This one is Black bibliophile book plates. I have a thing for book plates coloring book. And this is for children called Seeing Myself on the Shelf, and it has a little boy on the back. And then I also did 2 journals for readers. This one, My African Diaspora Library, is for collectors and readers. It also features pictures of a lot of posts that I've had on the Facebook group. It also has some information in the back on Black bookstores. And then I also did one for young people called Seeing Myself on the Shelf Youth Readers Journal. And those things are on the website also as well.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So you saved all that for last week. You need to hear that.
I'm sorry.
So I do have a question for Yolanda, right? Is that your
Yeah,
name?
correct. Yes.
So I heard you say that you have, the last time you counted was about 5,000 books.
Correct.
Okay, are those 5,000 books that you have collected, or those are 5,000 books that you have read?
That's a good thing. Collecting and reading, I think, are two different
They are totally different. That's all.
two
I was
different
just
hobbies.
I was just curious. I'm like, okay, collecting, but did she read those books?
Right. That's a good question. A lot of people ask me that. I have not read all 5,000. I have to be
Okay.
honest. I've probably read, I would say, probably 40% of them.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, probably 40%. But unfortunately, because I have this disease of book buying, my collecting and book buying outpaces my reading. So
Okay. Like me with writing. I love to write, but
okay.
reading, woo.
It gets hard. It gets hard. And I'm kind of a new mom. I have a 20-month-old. I'm 42 years old, so I kind of started late with mothering.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
when you have a toddler running around, that consumes a lot of time.
I know that all too well. Well, thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Yolanda? All right. Thank you for sharing that, Yolanda. Again, can you
Thank
show us
you.
your book one more time and tell us
Sure.
the title?
Sure. So it's called the ABCs of Black Bibliophiles. And this book it's on Amazon, or you can also buy it from my Shopify store, which I put in the chat.
So I have a question also, Yolanda. How successful have you been with that Shopify compared to Amazon? Do you like that more or?
I've probably, you know what, that's a good question. It's probably been what and what. I know, you know, there's been different campaigns where people are not really buying on Amazon. And so they, you know, use Shopify. I also sell a lot of books locally. So people will Zelle me or Cash App, whatever, and I, you know, just deliver it to them. But, you know, people who are not local to me, you know, it's been what and what I would say, maybe a smidget more on Shopify. But Amazon, you know, has done okay, I guess.
Okay. Just want to share that insight to, you know, give people other options, of course, because, you know, we're not supposed to be buying from Amazon.
Right.
We're all trying. We're trying.
Right.
So
I do have another question.
Yes. Sure.
Are you available for interviews virtually?
Yeah, sure. Definitely.
I asked. We'll talk later.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Yalonda, for
Thank
joining
you.
us. We really appreciate, and again, I'm loving that background with all those books. I'm gonna start my collection soon because I'm almost there, but it hasn't gone all the way around yet. Thank you again. So
Thank
next
you.
up, we have Noreen. Noreen's going to tell us about her book. You ready, Noreen?
Yes, I am. Hi, good
right.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Narene Russell. I wrote a children's book called Finicky Felicia. Here she goes. Oh wait, do I have the blur on? Sorry, let me get the blur off so you can see it better. Okay. I am a grandmother and mother of 4, and I love to write poetry, sing songs, and just make up stories as I go with as I raise my children. So Finicky Felicia is pretty much based on a poem that I wrote about my grandson's eating habits. Oh my God. So sorry. I think I'm a little nervous. Hold on now. Let's get it together. All right. I think I'm okay now. About my grandson's eating habits. Whatever eating habits he had. So it was originally a poem for him, and then I changed it, turned it into a book. And the reason why it's called Finicky Felicia is because I couldn't find a suitable boy name that went along with Finicky, because Finicky was my title. I needed Finicky in my title. My favorite part of the book is when her dad is talking to her, trying to get her to eat something. And he goes, my dad pleads, please eat some carrots. And I say, those are for rabbits. I wouldn't want a bunny to be hungry. So my children love this book. I mean, my grandkids love this book. And most kids who receive this book love it. And also adults buy it for their family members, either their significant other, because they feel that they are very finicky also. My book is available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and on my website, which I will put into the chat, which is narenerussell.com.
All right.
I'm done. I don't know. Anybody have any questions for me?
So Noreen, you know I'm going to put you on the spot, right?
I know you are. I know you are, Kim. I know. Let's go. Let me have it.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, because you have a different path. You know, you just decided writing poetry, but give us a little background about yourself.
Oh, okay. All right. I am a retired correction captain from the city in New York City. I live in New York City. Let's see, what else can I talk about? I'm not used to talking about myself, which I should talk about myself way more. I love reading. I love writing. I love writing poetry, as I stated before. I travel a lot. and I'm just trying to enjoy my retired life by doing things that I like most.
So when you started writing, though, you said you were a poet and you changed the book to poetry. Was that a difficult change from, from just writing poetry to formatting it into a book?
It was because I had to think of what my character, how I want my character to look. I had to break the poem down into readable sentences or paragraphs, and just find an illustrator to bring my vision into fruition. And yeah, it was difficult, but once I finally put my mind to it, got it done.
Yeah. So my favorite is the picture on the front. So how did you find an illustrator and kind of get that vision that you wanted, like Finicky Felicia, to look like on the front? Is that what draws you?
Yes. The illustrator actually was my daughter. He went to school with one of my daughters. We went to college together. And I told them, I surprised my kids by saying I wanted to write a children's book. And I was looking for an illustrator, and she recommended him. And I told him what I wanted. I told him I wanted a little girl, black little girl with puffs, two puffs, and for her, I wanted her to be a little sassy. And he made sure that she was that. He brought her what I told him to do. He brought her out, which was amazing.
Mhm. Awesome. So how does the Grands how do they feel that, this book's about them? Like, girl, I mean, how do they feel about that?
He's very, very excited that the book is about him. I recently had a signing and book reading at Barnes and Noble, and he was there, and he was happy to be the muse for my book. So he was telling everyone that if the book was about him. Yeah.
Any other questions for Noreen?
I wasn't sure if she mentioned if this was her first book, or was this your first book that you have written, or?
Yes, Monica, this is my first book that I've ever
Okay.
written. Yes.
Okay. And you have more to come, right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, you are hearing that. And I might be giving you a call to help me push it out. I mean,
Yes. And
I have ideas.
I also want to ask you, would it be children's book, or are you thinking about venturing into some other type of genres? Like what are you thinking? Or you're not sure?
It's mostly children's books.
Okay.
I did I do have a book of poetry that I've written, and I was on another platform and was told that I should make that into a book also. So I'm
Okay.
thinking about that. Sometimes poetry is personal. You don't really want to share it with
Oh,
anyone. So
yeah.
yeah, so I have to work on that aspect. But I think
Yes, you
I think
reach
I
out
could
to
do it.
me. Yes, reach
Okay.
out to me.
All right. Thank you, Monica.
All right.
Any other questions for Noreen?
I had a question. I can relate because my 20-month old is at that stage where she's finicky, and and she hasn't even tasted something and she'll go ew ew, and I guess my question, I don't know if you address this in the book, but did you all come up with methods that work for your grandson to help him
Mm,
be more open to
a
foods
good
or
question.
make him
Yeah,
less finicky?
yes. My daughter, she tried various ways to get him to eat. And one of the ways she got him to eat was to put it inside of a muffin, or like make banana bread, or like zucchini bread, I should say. And that's how she got him to eat it. But I don't want to I don't want to ruin things for you, Yolanda. He is 11. He still barely eats. He's right now, he is trying once a month to try something new. That's his new thing for this year, to try something different every month. So wish us luck.
Okay, thank you. I'm not much of a cook, so I probably won't be able to do the zucchini bread, but thank you. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
I have a
Any other
question.
questions? Go ahead,
Sure.
Quan.
Hi, is Miss Noreen?
Narene, yeah.
Nareen, okay. Um, what did you find any challenges with writing your children's book, although you had material? And the reason why I'm asking, because that is something that I desire to do.
Um, can you restate your question? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I answer it properly.
Did you have any challenges with writing, starting to write your children's book, although you had the material? Did you have the material first, or did you have to come up with the material?
No, I pretty much had the material already based on the poem itself. But as for now, with trying to do a new book, I am having a problem or issue trying to find material to put it together. So I understand what you're going through right now.
Yeah, I have. So that really helps me and confirms and encourages me, because it's like, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels this way, but we have so many ideas on our mind that I feel like I need to be cloned. Like, I need one of me to do this, one of me to do this, because having so many ideas. So I have the ideas for my children's book, a series of it. So it was just the getting started, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you. And that just encourages me even more.
You're welcome, Quan. Yeah, you just write down your thoughts and your ideas, and then we're humans where we try to do everything at once, but sometimes we just have to take time and do one thing at a time. So just say, okay, I'm going to work on this right now, and then it'll come to you.
Yeah, and I have to tell myself, I even have to tell myself, give yourself some grace, girl.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. I just actually said that.
Yes.
I actually just said that to someone today. Show yourself grace.
Mhm.
When you are writing, you have your brain is on overload, and you have so many things you want to say, and then you're trying to figure out, what do I say? How do I say it? And I tell everyone, first of all, take some deep breaths. Number one, take some deep breaths. And then you have to ask yourself, what do I want to talk about and why? What do I want to talk about and why? Ask yourself those two questions. What do I want to talk about and why? Because that's going to help you. Your why is going to help you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you,
And
Monica.
I know that
Thank
may
you.
sound simple, but trust me when I tell you, it works. What do I want to talk about?
Yeah.
Why do I want to talk about this?
Mm-hmm.
And you just start writing down things. You don't have to try to get it, make it make sense while you're jotting down all of your thoughts and ideas. Just jot them down, write them down. Don't try to make it make sense. You come back to that. Come back to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Yes.
welcome.
Noreen, are you going to be doing any book signings anytime soon? I know you just said you did one at Barnes & Noble. Anything else coming up?
I'm looking into I'm going to do one at a preschool probably next month. Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So show us my favorite cover one more time.
Sure. Finicky Felicia.
I love it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And
Is it
you
close
dropped your
enough?
information. Yes. And you dropped your
I'm gonna
information in a chat, correct?
I'm going to do it now. I was
Awesome.
preparing for my time, so.
Thank you so much, Noreen. As always, it's nice to see you again and
Thank
hear
you.
about my favorite Finicky Felicia book.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity in this platform. I truly appreciate you, Kim. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Natasha, you up next. And then we're going to jump into a question after Natasha. So Natasha is going to tell us about her books, Natasha, plural. I'm putting you on the spot, yes.
Excuse me, did I mess up?
No. Go ahead,
Oh.
Natasha.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Natisha Fauntleroy. So from Monday to Friday, from 8 to 6, I'm a mental health outpatient therapist. But all the rest of the time, I'm a very involved aunt. I'm an author. I'm a life coach. I started a podcast. I got many titles. Things. I'm involved in a lot of things and everything else. Today we will be talking about this book, which is my third book, Thoughts of an Old Soul, part 1. They are autobiographies. My first book is The Journey to Self-Love, part 1. My second book is The Misconceptions of Single Life. I became an author in 2021. I published the first book, The Journey to Self-Love, part 1. And then I also published The Misconceptions of Single Life. And then I also became a life coach when I got my LLC for Generations Best Us LLC. So in 2021, a lot was happening coming out of COVID. Like I was doing a lot. I was a little bit productive coming out of COVID. I had the idea to first write about, when I wanted to make the journey to self-love, like write about my experiences finding love, like me lacking self-love and how it was so toxic in my life, which isn't this book, it's the first book. And I had that idea in 2014. So it actually took me like 7 years because I was in school. Like it seemed like I was never going to get out of college because every time I was like, I'm done with one degree, I kept going back to get another one. But that's for another, like ultimate goal because I want to have my own counseling practice one day. And it's like a 4-step process. So, yeah, that's pretty much that. Like I used to write all the time when I was in high school. I was on my school newspaper a very long time ago when I was in high school. I was on the school newspaper and I used to write poetry. But going through school, like in academic wise, I had to stop. I had to stop because I didn't have time to like try to balance like me getting my fun time therapy and then doing all this work I had to do for school. So that's that. Miss Kim, do you want me to read like my favorite part of this?
Course.
So it's the favorite part is something that I wrote in Why Did I Write the Book? And I know that was coming later. Can I read it now? I can read it now? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I wrote that I was inspired to write Thoughts of an Old Soul, part 1, because I can clearly see how destructive we are sometimes as humans through our speech and actions. I knew people that were not healed from the negative words and deeds that were done to them by their own family. Because they were bound by that, they were unable to appreciate some of the good that they have in their life, such as positive support from their friends. Let's start being accountable for what we say and do, putting a stop to foolish talk and doings. On the flip side of that, let's stop using the things and people that hurt us as an excuse for us to be miserable and harmful to others. We don't even realize that when we hurt ourselves because of the hurt that was done to us, we create a vicious cycle, making us the same as our abusers and responsible for adding to an innocent person's trauma and damage. People are oblivious to the fact that while they may be a victim in their own story, without healing and forgiveness, their destructive actions towards someone else causes them to be the villain in the next person's story. It's that part. It was that line. When we are a victim in our own situation, if we don't get healed, we become a villain in someone else's. It's just like that cycle that I saw where it was like, bad girl. Like I saw something on social media that was like, bad girl meets good guy, hurts good guy turns to bad guy, meets good girl, hurts good girl, and then that's how the cycle.
That's how the circle. Yes.
Yes, that's how that cycle. Like we have to get off our own cycles, but we also have to get off of other people's cycles as well. The last sentence I wrote is food for thought. It's impossible to be the change that you wish to see in this world while acting like everyone else, and that's what I just basically strive to do. Like I strive to be the change that I wish to see. Like for whoever needs me, young men, young women, old women, everybody in between. Like I just strive to help people who has been in my shoes and feel like they didn't have anyone to help them, be the person that I wish, like when I was a different person, when I was younger, like the person that I needed, that things that my mom couldn't provide for me because she didn't have herself, like self-love and things like that. I just wish to help people, like as much as I can, the best way that I can, I guess. So, yeah.
Well, that's awesome. I'm here to tell you, I love it. I love it. I love
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Ms.
I call it bleeding on people, and that's what we do. We go around bleeding on people. Like we are infected, and then that infection starts to just infect other people. And again, when we are not healed from our own trauma, all we do is pass the trauma along, and sometimes we pass it along to our children, and our children's children. Like it's just a vicious cycle. Yeah,
and we
it's a
don't
vicious
even know.
cycle. I'm going to
Yeah.
share, like, I have this book. I don't know if you all can see it, but
Mhm.
it's called The Unveiling Pain, Trauma, and Truth. This is my autobiography.
Yes.
And it talks about trauma, my childhood trauma, and how I
Okay.
lived in that trauma, which I, unbeknownst to myself, for 43 years. I lived in that trauma. I'm 53 now. 3 years ago is when I started my healing journey, which I thought I was already healed. So
Yep.
I'm not even going to tell you all the people that I hurt along the way. you
But
know,
you recognize
because
it and you move
I had
now.
that get back. I had that get back. I'm gonna get you before you get me. Like I had that type of
Mhm.
attitude for my whole life. So I responded from trauma for
That
years
was
and
a
years
trauma
and years and
response. Yeah,
years.
a trigger. A trauma.
So yes, that's a good book you have. That is a
Thank
good,
you.
good book.
Thank you. Like I just basically saw it like so like in the midst of everything, before I started writing the books, like I have rededicated my life to Christ in 2019. So it's like I get to see it from like what I learned in school, becoming a therapist, like or how our thoughts, like everything starts on the inside, no matter how impulsive
Absolutely.
your speech, your behaviors, no matter how impulsive, it always starts as a thought first, and then we
Mm.
act it out. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
I learned from that experience, but then also from rededicating my life to Christ and then becoming a new person in Christ. And I saw who I was when I'm
Mm.
not doing the same things that I'm doing anymore.
Mm.
And it's just like that's for this book. It was like, yeah, definitely. And then the people around me, like people I was entangled with, like exes, friends, co-workers, like everything. I see it clearly, like how we, whatever we think, we say it. So it's like sometimes it's like when people hurt us, it don't even have nothing to do with us and everything to do with them. Like if you think about 100 negative things, that's what you're going to see. If you think about 100 positive things, that's what you're going to see. When we speak and when we do things, is whatever is going on in here is what's coming out. And
Absolutely.
people recognize
Natasha,
and for us to get better together. Yes, yes.
Natasha, do you believe that, believe it or not, that when you're a child, that everything you hear, especially if it's negative towards you, into like keeping you from being like other people, that those people's negative fears and their beliefs and fears build up into your mind and become your internal conscience and your fears as well?
Absolutely, if you don't know who you are. So here's the
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Because it stops you.
When we listen, like let's say, like you just met me, right? So let's say you said a whole bunch of negative things about me. Like I'm not saying you think this or but like let's say you did, right? If I
Yeah,
don't take it in, it's just like okay, like I'm gonna just think that whatever's going on, with your name is Miss Macina.
Macina.
With Miss Macina, whatever's going on with Miss Macina, like maybe she was having a bad day, that's what it is, or she might just not like me. Okay, but I feel like if I was somebody else, I would be over here stressing like why she don't like me. Like I ain't do nothing to her. I'm a nice person. Blah blah blah. I feel like
It
you are.
people continue with often, and even affects people with disabilities as well. That
There's a lot.
people don't believe that you can do anything or have anything like other people. So then they stop you from learning all the natural skills just because your disability in their eyes now come first, and they forget about you as a person.
And one of my other, it might be in one of my other books and not this one, I said that words do hurt, disrespect packs a punch. And I wrote something else. And I was like, you wrote this? Because sometimes like I'll write something.
Yeah,
I'll
you
be
read
like,
it.
oh, you wrote that? Like, so yes, words
Yeah,
do hurt. I don't know who made it up. Like words, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Words do
That's not
hurt.
true. That's
yes.
It
right.
does hurt. It does hurt, but it's like you have to. One thing I've learned, because like I'm learning who I am in Christ and being confident in that, like what God called me to do and to walk in that. But even before I got to that point, like I had to be comfortable, with myself and like learn like who are you and like what is the evidence. If somebody say something mean to you, and
Where's the
that
evidence?
that
Mm.
that's where's exactly, Miss Monica, where's the evidence? Like if somebody say you're mean and nasty and you've been nice, you feed the homeless, you pray for people, that you will get somebody clothes off your back, like then
When you
that
don't
you're
have it,
not nasty. Like just because they said
you
it don't make
believe
it
you tend to believe, we tend to believe everything people say, because especially if they're older than you think they have more wisdom. Than now I'm learning that they have no more wisdom than what I have. I
well,
may have even more wisdom because I don't do that to other people directly.
Indeed, and it's
and then you learn how, and believe it or not, on your parents, everybody around, your cousins, having low to no friends causes you to lose your own voice.
well
That
the
you
thing
don't end up know how to speak to, you don't know, you end up having to relearn how to speak to have a conversation with anyone.
with our parents, I feel like when we're kids, we look at our parents as like
Gods.
superheroes, and their word is God. They're like their word is law, and it's not. Parents are human, just like we're human. Like they learn how to be parents when they have us, because people really don't be knowing how to take care of no baby until they have a baby. So it's like parents be learning along the way, but as kids, we think that. As kids, we look up to them and think that they know it all because they're so much older than us. They had us, you know, we expect them to protect us and all that. But parents is learning this journey of life. It's like we learning this journey of life. So it's like when we get older, we can look back and see that, like, hey, they were just, you know, learning and trying to do the best they could.
We entrust them. We entrust them because they have the information. But if they don't feed you that information or allow you to get out there, you don't learn what other people call like being out on the streets, or you're a street person and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or
Natasha,
it's weird. It's a lot of stuff that I wrote about.
Okay. Thank you. Natasha, what do you have coming up next? I know you did something locally with authors. So what have you been doing in your author journey?
So in my author journey, we still in March. So earlier this month, I was at Blackwell Regional Library. I live in Southwest Philly, so my closest library is on 52nd and Walnut at 52nd and Walnut at Blackwell Regional. So we had I was writing fiction. Sorry, nonfiction. No, fiction. Yes, fiction is fake. Nonfiction is not fake. So I was writing fiction. I was having writing classes because I've been dabbling in fiction. I'm not going to write the book right away because I just finished a poetry book, and I'm doing like a manual / workbook. So for all 3 of my books that I wrote, like my autobiographies, like even with this one, I made a workbook called Changing Your Nabs. So it's like changing your negative. Changing your negative. Negative and negative actions, behaviors, speech, thoughts. Yeah, next. Yeah, changing that. So I'm writing. I just finished a poetry book. It's also an autobiography. So it's poetry, but it really is telling testimonies like about my life. So I have to publish that. And I finished the 8 Steps of Self-Love, which is the workbook that goes in my first book, The Journey to Self-Love. And that's how it was my journey of me, learning to love myself. So I have to publish that as well. I have to publish the single one, Satisfying the Manual / Workbook. So it's like I wrote another book, a poetry book that I have to publish, and then 3 workbooks / manuals, like for the coaching side of everything. So I was teaching at Blackwell Regional on the 8th. I was teaching how to write flash fiction using 10 words. So that's what I was doing then. And then last year when I was at Blackwell Regional, it was just like an author meet and greet where I was telling people about my journey of becoming an author. If they wanted to buy books, they could buy books. And then we had fun. We had a little raffle and I gave stuff away and gave away like candy and stuff, candy bags. That's a fun time.
Any questions for Natasha?
Yes, it is.
Any questions?
I just want to say I enjoyed hearing you tell us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kim.
About your journey and everything like that, and your life, you're experiencing, and you're so passionate. And I just wanted to say to you, when you was mentioned about you gave the example of if someone said something, was talking about you, or they just don't like you. You know what I say? They don't even know why they like you. What it is your energy. It's your energy. Okay. So God's word says, touch not my anointed. So you are anointed.
Amen, Quan.
The people don't, they talk about you, say things about, they don't even know you. They don't even know why. It is your energy, and it's the anointing that is upon your life. So everything that you have gone through, you had to go through it to get to where you're at right now. Okay.
All right, Quan, I'll put you on the spot. So since you are talking, share with us your why. Why did you write your book?
Why did I write my book?
Yes. So Natasha, you next.
I wrote my book titled You Have the Victory because I had to tell my story. I had to share my testimony of why I have the victory and why and when God told me I had the victory and when I believed that I had the victory. I joined the military in 1997 as a young single mother because I had a goal in mind. And I was in college, but I knew I wanted to continue my education and I needed funds. So I joined the military at the age of 27. And I'll be 55 in May. So I thank God for that.
55
So
where? Hold on. Don't just say you 55 and keep talking. 55 where?
Yay. Yes. So I joined the military, you know, single mom, and I wanted to show my son that, you know, no one's going to give you anything. You have to work for it. And so I joined the military to get the college money. And so moving fast forward, in 2003, when they were saying that we had weapons of mass destruction and all these things, we had did my time in National Guard, and then I enlisted into the Ohio Army Reserves. I'm originally from Columbus, Ohio, where I reside right now. And so during that time, joining the Army Reserves in 2020 in 2002. Yeah, 2002. Later on, we got our order saying that we had to go through the series to get prepared to go overseas. So I was involuntarily transferred to what I say is a good old boy unit. I had locks. I had locks in my hair at the time. So when I left Columbus, Ohio, and I arrived in Fort Knox, Kentucky, the atmosphere it just wasn't right. My spirit was saying it wasn't right. They looking at my hair, saying these things, and then that's when I ran into these situations where it was blatant racism where the white soldiers who I was ordered to serve with would threaten me, say they're going to kill me. They would call me the N-word, B-word, all these things. And my response was, I know how to fire M16 and I don't miss. So those are things I had to deal with during that time, getting prepared to go over to Kuwait and Iraq. So the first title of my book was going to be titled PTSD, Praise, Transformation, Survival, and Deliverance. But as I was, you know, moving on with writing my book, I decided to change the title to You Have the Victory. And I would like to read part of my book, if you don't mind, so I can tell you why I named it You Have the Victory. It's chapter 7, Welcome to Camp Victory. We finally arrived in Kuwait as we walked off the commercial airplane. The desert heat instantly smacked me straight in my face. We were led to board school buses with windows covered by red curtains. Before driving to our new home in the desert, we were told to not draw back the red curtains while on this ride to our camp to prevent the enemy from discovering our arrival. Our instructions reminded me that as long as you're covered by the blood of Jesus, the red curtains are the representation of the blood of Jesus. The enemy cannot and will not touch you. The white racist soldiers who harassed, attacked, and bullied me while in Fort Knox, Kentucky, did not realize the anointing over my life. And because we were all on the same bus, they too were also covered by the blood of Jesus. At that moment, I realized that their actions were by the hands of Satan. So I had to forgive them. As the school bus came closer to our destination, words that started off as a soft whisper. And I'll say this, throughout the time I was dealing with all the blatant racism and the threats upon my life, God kept whispering in my ear, you have the victory. You have the victory. Kept whispering in my ear, you have the victory. It was the Spirit of God letting me know that He is covering and protecting me. We finally made it to our destination. All 100 soldiers stepped off the bus with the hot desert heat smacking us in our face as we were directed to enter a very large sand-colored tent to be seated on red benches. I was seated in the front as we waited for the camp commander to speak. When he walked in, he greeted us with, "Welcome to Camp Victory." Hey, let me tell you, when that happened, I knew, and it was confirmation that my God is real, because he kept whispering this to me all this time. And that it has blessed my heart. Baby, listen, I quietly said to myself, when I heard this greeting, I wanted to get up and get my praise dance on, but I could not because I had to keep my military composure, knowing that my God will receive the glory for his spirit. And I spoke loudly in my ear, you have the victory. You have the victory. So that's the reason that I had to change the title from PTSD, praise, transformation, survival, and deliverance to you have the victory. But what I did at the back of my book, I have an area in the back of my book for my readers to journal, because that's something that I've always loved to do. So the first part is praise, and there's a few pages that you can write about what is it, what is your praise, what is your praise, and the next page is transformation. What's your transformation? What have you transformed from? Next is survival. What have you survived? You can write about that. And the next is deliverance. What have you been delivered from? It could be anything from just not being able to forgive. And I will speak for myself, because during that time when I came back home, trying to get back acclimated to being in a foreign country, being away from my son, missing all the very important things in his life during the time that we were separated. When I left my son to go serve, he was 10. When I came back home, he was about to be 12 years old, just missing those things. And the things that I dealt with, I had so much anger, and it was valid. It was valid. So when I had to really pray even more to help God help, I needed help to forgive. And so, and had to remind myself, you're not perfect either. And you done some things and you want God to forgive you too. So I had to, really check myself in some areas in order for me to get to this point. So I want my readers to be able to write those things down when they're finished reading my book. And lastly, it's victory. What is your victory? How many, some of us we've had so many victories in our life. Waking up in the morning, God waking us up and giving us breathing more air into our lungs. That's a victory. That's letting us know that we still have purpose in our life. So lastly, I wanted to add my illustrator. When I gave my illustrator my vision for my book cover, I wanted to be depicting me as a soldier. And I had my afro because during that time, dealing with all that, as I said, I had locks in my hair, and they basically forced me to cut my locks, even though I was in regulation, and I carried my Army regulation as far on how to to wear your hair. So I carried that around with me, and so I wanted my illustration to depict that. Even though they forced me to cut my locks, it still didn't stop nothing. It still didn't stop anything. I was able to wear my afro flowing in the desert as I'm serving other soldiers, because my job was to provide water for the soldiers traveling in the desert, maybe going from their camp or another camp.
Well, thank you for that. Why? That was awesome.
Oh, sorry.
That was a good why. That was
Thank
definitely
you.
a good why. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Yes.
Thank you.
So okay, so Miss Green, are you ready? After that why? I'm not gonna ask you the question. I'm gonna have you just talk, but you will be everyone will be put on the spot with a question, so be prepared.
Okay, I'll be prepared.
All right, you ready to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your book as well.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Greetings from Dover, Delaware. I am Anitra Green. I am a Pennsylvania native. I'm from Chester, PA, which is just a little south of Philly. And I am, as I said, in Dover. During the day, I am a mental health professional. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I am in schools. I've been in schools for the last 17 years. I'm currently in a K-4, and I'm also a private practice owner. I open tailor-made behavioral health solutions in COVID, wanting to show up as a Black and brown mental health professional during a time that the whole world was going through something. I couldn't think of a better time. I am a believer, and I was inspired to write this book actually during COVID. And this is my book. It's called The Day Grandpop's Music Stopped. And this is Grandpop, Tia, and Nathan are my two characters. And it's actually a children's grief journey. In my work, I was inspired to write this book because what I realized in my work as a counselor is that I often had to deal with grief and loss. And why I never set out to be a grief therapist is the direction that God took me in after suffering my own personal losses while I was in graduate school, having 3 deaths in 9 months, going through a lot on my own personal grief journey. God showed me the dream that He gave me the ministry of comfort, and I kept having grieving people drawn to me, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to. I didn't go to school. I don't want to be a grief therapist. But when you say yes to God, you have to be willing. It's not about our will. It's really about what He wants. And so I finally surrendered to say, okay, let me study. Let me learn more about grief. And I can honestly say at this juncture, I'm very passionate about it. I thank God for the grace to do it, because it's not an easy world to navigate in when you're talking to mothers who've lost their children, talking to husbands who've lost their wives, talking to children who've lost their parents, running grief groups with, 4 and 5 kindergartners who don't have parents. On a regular basis. So my inspiration to write this was to be able to add another way to support grieving families, outside of doing it in therapy and counseling. And again, in COVID, I had the idea to do it. Over 78,000 children just in the US alone lost caretakers. And so it took me 4 years to write it. I finished it last August of 2024. And it is the first in a series of grief topics. So my next book is going to be about dealing with incarcerated parents, but this one is about 2 children who've lost their grandparent. So I'm going to read page 4. It says, when the children arrived home, Mom and Dad said, children, we have something to tell you about Grandpop. Mom said, Grandpop hasn't been feeling well and has been in a hospital for a few weeks. Well, I have to tell you some news that may cause you to feel sad, shocked, or even confused. We just left the hospital and Grandpop's body is not working anymore. This means that he is no longer this means that he is no longer alive and cannot eat, walk, hear, see, speak, or move, and we will no longer see him. Another word that explains what I'm telling you is that Grandpop has died. All living things, including people, plants, and animals, at some point die. And today was the day this happened to Grandpop. And this is the family sitting down. I'm sorry, can you see it? Telling a couple telling their children about the day that their grandfather died. What else can I say about this book? It's been inspirational. When I am going places, for me, it's not just about selling the book. I think I spend a lot of time at tables talking about death and grief because people are like, "Oh, you know, I didn't know, I didn't even think about my grandson, or I didn't know what to say to my daughter when she was 4 or 5." This book is definitely for like 3 to 8 year olds, and they do. The little ones get left out of the conversations. It's been said that they're the forgotten mourners. And so this is my way of helping children and families have the conversation without it being so much angst. I don't know where to start. You can just read the book. So that's my story.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing that because as you was reading, it took me back to when I lost my grandmother. And I was 1 month away from turning 6 years old when I lost my grandmother. So I do have some memories of her.
Okay.
And when we lost her, it was just she went to the hospital and we just never saw her again. And it wasn't explained, by my mom, like really what happened. And I felt like I was left, and I talk about that in my book too, just living my life with my grandmother up until she passed. And I was just left to be in that grief that I didn't know was grief. At that age, you don't know what you're feeling, but you're sad, you know. So you're right. Like some people, they leave out the younger children, the 3 to 4 to 5, because they think, well, they don't get it, they don't understand it anyway. But I did understand that I lost my grandmother and she wasn't coming back and I wasn't going to see her anymore. And I needed someone to help me process that grief. And no one was able to do that. So I had to sit with it, alone and figure it out as much as I could, that I was never going to see my grandmother again, you know. So,
Yeah.
and again, I was 1 month from turning 6. So I,
Wow.
I needed someone to help me process that grief that I didn't know was grief. It was sadness.
Thank
It
you
was
so much.
grief, but it was sadness for me at that age, you
Yeah.
know.
And my
So
daughter was
yeah.
3 when my dad died, and ironically, I shared that at my book launch. The book is not about him or her. At the time
Mm-hmm.
I was writing it, I really didn't think about how old my daughter was when my dad passed. I was thinking about the
Mm-hmm.
work that I do every day in elementary schools,
Mm-hmm.
running these grief
Mm-hmm.
groups with 4 and 5 year olds who miss their mom and dad. So, but
Mm-hmm.
then in writing it, when I went to write the book dedication to my dad, I dedicated to him. And I realized, oh, wait a minute, my daughter was 3. And I didn't really know what to say
Mm-hmm.
to her, honestly, because I was a school counselor for 5th through 8th graders. I was having conversations about death with older kids. That was not my population. My colleague had K to 4. So this wasn't a real conversation that I was having in a daily reality. So when I talked to my daughter, I'm like, well, you're not going to see Pop Pop anymore. She's like, okay. And I'm like, okay, I think she gets it. Then the next week she asked me, could we call them? She's like, well, I know I can't see him, but can we call Pop Pop? And I'm thinking, okay, so kids are literal. Like just because I don't see them doesn't mean I can't hear them. So that's why in the
Exactly.
book I go through all the 5 senses, and because you have to
Mm-hmm.
break down with kids. You're not going to see him, hear him, smell him.
Mm-hmm.
He's
That's
not.
good.
This is what it means,
Mm-hmm.
and that it happens to everybody. It happens to
Mm-hmm.
plants because truthfully, and I chose the grandfather because usually, typically, they're according to the natural lifespan, the granddads is usually the first to go, or a pet.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
so I just went with the common with the family member who was probably going to be the most common first loss. My grandfather was
Mm-hmm.
the first to go. My daughter's grandfather was. And when I talk to people and ask them, ironically, like who was the first memory, they'll say their granddad.
Mm-hmm.
It's either
Mm-hmm.
a pet or a grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, the natural order of things. So I'm just trying to make death a normal conversation, not being intimidated because we don't like to talk about grief as adults. So forget talking to kids about it.
Exactly. But the way you explained it with the 5 senses is on their level of understanding. I mean, it helped me on my level of understanding what you're saying, that, you're not going to see, you're not going to taste, you're not going to smell, you're not like all those things, like grandpa can't eat anymore, grandpa can't, his body is not working. Like a child can understand that. They may ask questions, but what do you mean grandpa's body is not working anymore? But they still understand it because it's you explained it on their level to understand it, so that those 5 senses can go from a child from 3 years old up until an adult. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your
You're welcome.
book.
Any other
I wanted to
questions?
say, oh, yes.
Go ahead, Sheila.
Yeah, thank you again so much. And I want to thank all of you, especially all of you are Black women mental health therapists, for the work that you do. And what I appreciate, definitely be purchasing the book, is how you have children understand the concept of grief. And if they understand it when they're young, as they grow older and deal with grief in other kind of ways, because grief isn't just somebody passing away, it's when a part of your
Exactly.
life you thought was
Mhm.
going to happen
Loss.
has
Mhm.
to grieve in so many ways. And I think that if we prepare children to
Mhm.
deal with grief when they're young, it
Mhm.
prepares them when they grow up and have to deal with the grief of other transitions, other kinds of loss. And I think especially COVID-19 put us in fast forward with that. And I think I'm grateful more and more that we're embracing talking about grief and there's no shame to it and how death is a part of life. So I spent time as a chaplain in a hospital. So being with people in the depths, in the midst of that, I think that's going to be such a powerful tool. So just thank you.
Thank you. And I will add this one comment and then I'll see if anybody else. When I'm at book events, I notice that when people do see the title of the book, and I don't put death in the title because I feel like people would run away from it. So, well, they want to know what the day grandpa's music stopped is about, you know. And now my
Right.
poster says a story. I use music because it's universal. Kids love music. We can all relate to music. And the music is the heartbeat. But I really had to ask, you know, give me a creative way. But a lot of people, when it comes to buying it, I always share with people this book is not just for kids that are actively grieving because some people will say, oh, you know, it's a nice book. I don't know anybody grieving. That'll come up, or they'll say, you know, it's almost like a jinx, like, oh, my dad is sick. And I feel like, you know, they feel like buying this book is like a premonition. And I'm like, no, you buying the book isn't going to make dad live any longer or any less, right? We're so afraid of death that, you know, and I have to talk, and they say, you know what, you're right, I am going to buy it. I'm going to talk. And I go, it's a resource to educate kids about grief,
Right.
whether they're grieving now, because guess what, every day someone's leaving the earth, and someone at some point they're going to experience grief. So why are we waiting until someone has passed? I actually think you should read the book to them before they're at that phase,
Right.
personally. But I have to kind of do a spiel because it is, you know, everybody's book is about hair and, you know, the fun stuff. And then here I am talking, you know, having a book about grief. But I figured it out. You know, I've found creative ways to engage families. And a lot of times, like I said, it turns into a discussion because it's not a fluffy topic. But again, I tried to make the title light. I didn't want it to be anything heavy or something that just kids would understand. And when I ask kids what they think it's about in this age group, they think it's about a tired musician, which is my favorite. If I go into kindergarten class, first grade, and say, hey, you know, the day grandpa's music, what do you think it's about? They, you know, they come up with some creative stuff, but it's never death. And I go, oh, okay, well, let's find out. But then by second to third grade, they get it. Like they'll say, you know, his heart stopped beating. They can look at the cover, see the hearts disappearing, and they figure it out. But pre-K, first grade, they don't have a clue.
Oh, I think
Any
this.
other questions?
Yeah, I just
Well,
want to say I think this is really great because I think in the Black community, a lot of times we don't discuss about we don't discuss death and grief with our children, and a lot and I don't know. Well, I do know. Oftentimes, when we do have death in our family, it's a family reunion, and that we need to change the narrative of this. And I'm not sure if there's any books out there. I haven't come across of any books, but to, you know, any other books to discussing grief with young children, but with discussing it, we also should be discussing culturally, um, our ancestors, when our loved ones have passed on. There's a pouring out of libation and calling out our ancestors' names. So I firmly believe that with discussing grief and loss, we need to celebrate our loved ones who have gone before for us. And when we pray, call out their names in remembrance of them. And so I think um, it's really great that you've written this book and to help our to help our children, because and it does help as you become an adult, because I know, I was very close to my grandmother. Oh, I was so close to my grandmother, to the point where her birthday was in July, and my grandmother was one of the mothers of the church, and I always was at my grandmother's house, spend night with her, going to church with her, watching her in the bathroom, getting ready for service, putting on her rouge and smelling it in her Estee Lauder. So after she passed away, every year on her birthday month, I will always smell the rouge. I always smell that Estee Lauder. And that's when I knew my grandmother was around me. So I really believe that we need to have that for our young people, that will help them when they become an adult to fully understand that. And I appreciate that from you.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome.
I just want to say, Anitra, thank you for writing the book. I think, I teach in the Chicago public school system, and unfortunately in Chicago, gun violence, happens almost a daily occurrence. And I know one of the things I've dealt with a lot with my students is this sense that they've almost become numb to death because it happens so frequently in their communities, and they've, unfortunately witnessed some of these things up front. And even though they may appear to be numb, those emotions are still there. They just manifest in anger or in different, ways, but they don't necessarily have the language to, talk about what that is. And so I think, your book is very important because it teaches kids, to have those conversations, to have that language, and also that it's okay to grieve. Sometimes I think there's this, culture that you shouldn't grieve or just move on, or because these things, these senseless deaths happen so frequently, grief is not part of that experience. So I just want to say thank you again. I think it's an important book.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Any other questions for Anitra? So, Anitra, I have a question. As being an author, what are some things that you have learned? I know you said you were creative when you made the cover, just to, because when I looked at the book, I was like, okay, it's about music, and then I opened, I was like, oh wow. So that was very creative because it pulled me in just based on the title and the illustrations on the cover. So, anything that you learned so far as being an author that you can share?
Yeah, just what you said, that it has stirred my creativity. I used to be a person who would think of creativity in terms of, like, I used to say I'm not creative, and I think I used to say that because I looked at creativity in terms of like people who are artistic, who can, draw the picture in sculptures, looking at it from a single dimension. But I'm a creative thinker, and I read a lot. And so I like to take in information, but then when it's time for me to write, what I realized was that I have a lot of knowledge from all the years I've been a social worker, all of the grief that I've helped, my own personal journey. And so even coming up with the title of The Day Grandpop's Music Stopped, and people are like, oh, that's clever. The heartbeat, how did you put that together? And I realized I'm a creative thinker. And out of that has come more ideas about other products to create, other ways to help not just grieving children, but grieving families, other book titles in a grief series, because as I said, I want to write, my next book is going to be for children who have incarcerated parents, kids who have health issues. There's all of these different type of grief journeys that kids could go on. I wanted to start with death because that's my niche and that's where I've been at. But there's all these grief journeys, all different types of losses. So I'm ready to start writing that one this summer. So I'm excited, and I'm trying to keep the creative juices flowing. So keeping my pen in my pad, because it took me a long time to get this started.
Yeah.
I had to get pushed out of the nest, but now that I've done this, I'm excited about actually writing another.
So, what do you have coming up next? Are you doing any book signings or anything like that?
I am. So I've been on a journey really since last August. When I
Mm.
launched the book, I had a book launch event in Wilmington, Delaware. My last location was Dover, at the public library like 2 weeks ago. August the 5th, I'm sorry, April the 5th, I'll be in Chester at an autism walk vending.
Okay.
April the 6th, I'll be at Westchester, which is my alma mater, at a
Mhm.
school social work event. It's still social work month. So happy social work month to anybody that's on here. But I'll be talking about my journey from being in the field to an author. I'll be sharing that at an event. I'll be at White and they're doing an event the next day, April 8th, about grief. So it's just been nice to share it now. Anytime I'm doing anything with grief, I tag my book along because now I have a product, which is I have to remember to do that. It's like, okay, you're talking to people and doing workshops about grief, but you're an author now. You need to have your books. You need to tell people, you know. By the way, I also have a children's, whether it's an adult event or not, you have a children's book. So I've been having to it's a shift, but I'm getting better with that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Anitra? All right. So Yalonda, I'm going to put you on the spot. Okay.
I just bought your book.
Oh, thank you.
I saw you on Facebook and you were talking about it, and I commented in one of the group, might have been Black Authors Association. I'm not sure which one, but I ordered it, so I'm waiting for it to come. And then when you start talking, I was like, oh my goodness, I just bought this book. So anyway, my question is, do you do virtual interviews?
I do.
Or presentations?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Oh, I'll be in touch.
Okay. I look forward to it.
He's making a list, y'all. You better be ready for that question. So Yalonda, I have a question for you. You wrote you to share with us a whole list of books that you have written. Again, I wanted to ask you as well. What are some of the things that you learned being an author? Because you pivot from workbooks to other books, different types of books. So what have you learned being an author and a collector?
Well, because I'm so passionate about books and book collecting, I almost feel like it's, maybe it was an easier path because I'm just writing about something I'm passionate about. So because I'm so passionate about it, and it just, my motivation around it just keeps me coming up with more ideas. But and I think when I've had conversations with people about writing or getting on the journey of writing, I talk about that a lot, that you do need something that motivates you to keep going, because I know it was a lot of tedious stuff that took me longer than just writing it, like the editing and the formatting of the pictures and just, putting the book together. Like, you can spend a lot of time with that, and like, getting a copyright and, just all of the other stuff that comes with it, can sometimes get a little tedious, and, you may feel like, oh, is this worth it? But I think if you have, either something you're passionate about or you think is important, is what, at least for me, is what keeps me motivated. And I did struggle with, like, um, because when I came up with these ideas, I was showing my partner, and he's not, into books like me, but he was kind of like, oh, are people gonna buy these? you know, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm writing them for myself, and thank God there was an interest from people. But I will say, and this is probably bad to say, but um there's these tropes around that, Black people don't read, or you're a certain type of person if you read a lot, and there's these stereotypes around, books and Black people and things like that. And so, sometimes that can creep in, and you think, is there really an audience for this? And but there has been, and I'm truly grateful for that.
Yep. All right, thank you. Anitra, back to you. I have a question. How hands-on were you with your illustrator and creating an image? Because like I said, you were creative in your cover. How hands-on were you when you created that cover for the book?
So I was very hands-on. Working with it, because I was new to the journey. I didn't realize I had to push past not being a detail-oriented person, because I'm more of a big picture person. My husband, being a teacher and being tedious, he's into the minute details. So it was challenging because they wanted to know everything. What shade of brown? What color is Tia's shirt? What color do you want something in her hair? And I'm like, yeah. Well, how do you want her hair? Okay, I want it in puffs. I want her to have yellow bows. I want this. I'm not normally that detail oriented. So it taught me the importance of having to be detailed because they kept saying it's your project. What colors do you want? So I had to give them a lot more. I don't know. I just thought I was going to be able to give them a vision and they was going to come up with some of this stuff. And they're like, no, this is your book. What colors? What shade of green? And I was like, oh my goodness. So I had to be stretched because if you're not a detail oriented person and then you have people asking you like minute details, I had to take a couple
Right.
breaks and say, okay, you can do this. So I was more involved than I thought I would have to be, honestly. But I was very pleased with the product. In the end, I understood and I'm like, okay, they did a great job. And so many different primary colors. They want to know what shade. And so it's like, pick it off this palette. And then they'll send a sample and say, do you like this? And then I started getting pickier. And I'm like, no, since you asked, I don't like grandpops. I need his eyebrows gray too, not just the beard. Like we got to make his whole. So then I realized that, okay, you went from not care, not wanting to do it to now you're getting
Right.
picky, girlfriend. So,
Mm-hmm.
so it was a learning process, but I was heavily involved.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you both so much for sharing some insights because I think a lot of people need to know that, you got to be really, really detail oriented. You got to be involved in the process as well. And also, like you say, Yolanda, you reading and you collecting, but then also you say, oh, is someone really going to buy the book? And it is a lot of people going to buy your book. It's millions of readers out there, and they will find you and they will definitely buy the book. Thank you so much for sharing those tidbits. Really appreciate that. So we're going to get Quan back on to finish telling us about her book. Quan, are you ready for us again? So I know we stopped and started you. Now you can finish up the whole story and tell us a little bit more about your book, introduce it. I know I had you on the spot earlier with the why, but you got to do a little bit more for us. You're on mute. Take yourself off mute.
Hello, Queens. My name is Quan Abazie, and I am the author of You Have the Victory. It is my testimony, as I had mentioned earlier, about me being a single mother who had the mission of getting funding for college, and that's the reason why I joined the military, so I can continue to pursue my college degrees. And because of that, I was able to get my college education paid for, and as a result, I have 4 degrees. So I thank and praise God for that. So if you were on earlier, you heard me read some of my book, and the reason why I titled it You Have the Victory, and it's because God whispered in my ear throughout the duration that I was going through with being targeted constantly by white soldiers who I was ordered to serve with. So I was targeted all the time, threatened with my life, being shot. Soon as we got over in Kuwait and in Iraq, I was threatened with, oh, we're going to kill you. You don't belong here in this army. But I just believe that God used that situation in order for me to get where I'm at right now, to share my testimony and my story, because he know that I'm going to talk about him all the time, and I'm not ashamed to talk about it because I know what he's done for me in my life and what he's brought me through. So I've always loved journaling, and always as a little girl having so many ideas and concepts to write in stories, and I still do to this day. So, as I said before, the original title of my book was going to be titled PTSD, Praise, Transformation, Survival, and Deliverance. And the reason why I was going to title it that is because, you know, a lot of people deal with PTSD, whether they have served in the military and or they've gone through traumatic events in their life, whether it's physical, emotional, emotional abuse. And so, but within the Black community, it was something that we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about it a lot about mental health, challenges with mental health and everything like that. So when I came back home, I was honorably discharged. And when I came back home, I had a challenge of getting back acclimated to civilian life after serving in a foreign country, dealing with all this blatant racism. And so I had some difficulty and some challenges with getting back acclimated to civilian life, my role as a mother, and being, you know, that comforting, that loving mother. But because I dealt with so many of those things, it took me some time. And so I held a lot of things in because I felt as a Black woman that if I was to share what I was going through, what I was feeling, I would be made fun of or say, oh, ain't nothing wrong with you, because that's what has happened to me before. And even with family members, you know, not understanding, not realize the trauma that I went through, because so many generations, that is something that mental health is not discussed within our community. And I'm just glad within the last few years that we have made there have been some changes with that aspect of talking about mental health and being a Black woman, not always having to feeling strong all the time. And no, we want to be in a soft place, you know. So so that is the reason why I wrote my book, which it took me some time off and on throughout the years, because reliving that trauma, it did something to me. You know, my life being threatened, always having to watch my back all the time, you know. But I will say it was my prayer, my relationship with Jesus Christ that helped me through, and him whispering in my ear, you have the victory, you have the victory, you have the victory. So therefore I had to share my story.
Any questions for Quan?
I just wanted to make a comment. First of all, thank you for your service, Quan, and and the courage to share your story. And I just think this goes back to the spiritual side. When you said you showed up and they said, welcome to Camp Victory, and that's what the camp, for me, you know, I wrote it in the chat earlier. That was your confirmation. That's supposed to be the title of your book.
Yes.
You know, God takes the time to he already told you to change the title, and then you show up someplace and somebody says, welcome to Camp Victory. And I put that, you know, I love that God loves us enough that if we're unclear on something, he will keep doing that. Like he'll keep sending confirmation. And that's how we know. So I was like, that's supposed to be the title of the book. I love the idea of PTSD and the title of it, but hearing your story and seeing that, it's like, oh yeah, that's that I got the victory. That's your mantra. Like God wants you to know that. And that's something that walking in on a constant basis. And I know we say these things all the time and we hear them, but it's not cliche. Like people need to know that. There's a lot of people who feel up and downtrodden. And I'm not talking about people who don't know God. I'm talking about people who have a relationship with God too, who just are in the corner on the ropes. And so they need to hear that. Everybody needs to hear that message that you have the victory, because that's not something and it's not something that you just have, you have to remind yourself of that because life be life, and as we always say. So I love the title. and I'm
Baby,
glad you did that. It's
but I
something
would
that we remind ourselves. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your comment. I will say this: the difference of you not having a relationship with Christ versus you having a relationship with Christ. If I didn't have a relationship with Christ and didn't know how to pray, I'd be all crazy. Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, I know. That's how I can demonstrate that feeling. But since I do have a relationship with Christ and I know he got me and I know what his word says, that's how I was able to hold on and incline my ear to hear him tell me, Quan, you have the victory. Don't worry about your son. He's covered everything. So that would be the difference. And I thank God that for giving me the vision and me having to go through what I went through in order me to share this with you and motivate and encourage others. You have the victory.
I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I wanted to say, Quan, ditto to what my sister Anitra just said. So when you said Cam Victory confirmation, but the other piece that made me shout was after you said it, then you said, I hope I had myself on mute after that because I was like, your assignment was to give them water.
Yes, that was my job.
Your assignment was to give them living water. So that popped up in my spirit. Like your assignment was to give them living water. Camp Victory. And the first thing you said is your assignment literally was to give them water. And the Spirit said your assignment was to give them and continue giving living water. Make that up too. But that popped up as soon as Camp Victory. And I'm like, oh, and then you said water. I was like,
yeah, water purification specialist. That was my job, to make sure all the soldiers had water.
And it was pure and not contaminated. You had to, okay.
Yes. And then my other favorite piece was in the bus. And that's what got me. We were in the school bus and they had the red curtains. And I was sitting there as we traveling on that bus and it was hot and we couldn't draw back them red curtains. But I remember the Holy Spirit reminded me, I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. The curtains represented the blood covering us on that bus and protecting us. Yes.
So have you been able to share your story with other females that have been in the military as well? Because you have a powerful story, definitely to share.
I had some book signings and everything like that. I haven't, not an audience of females soldiers, not an audience, but a few. In 2020, the June of 2022, I was the keynote speaker for the Miss Black Ohio pageant USA. So I was able to share my story and everything like that. And I've done some other speaking engagements, but my goal now is still to continue to promote my book. I have just, I have put a pause on it for a moment because my other home is in Ghana, West Africa. So I have been living there and, doing other things there. So now my goal is to, to continue to promote my book and get the word out. And I thank you, Ms. Kim, for having this platform so that we as women, or Black men and women, can share, because it can be hard out in these streets. You being a new author, and sometimes you second guess yourself, but the Holy Spirit said, no, we're not doing that.
That's
so
right.
I thank you for having this platform, and it has motivated me to be like, come on, you got to reach more people. And I want this for each and every one of you that's on this platform right now. So thank you so much.
So you wrote this first, but anything you I think you touched on it earlier that you were thinking about another book.
Well, yeah, I am working on my second book. I have the title for it yet. I'm not going to say, but I'm working on gathering information for my second book. When I get back to Ghana later on this year, I'm going to take that time where I have some time just to, sit down and really delve into it more. But my other thing that I'm working on is, since Ghana is my other home, I'm working on starting my travel and tour business, and I want to start with including that, talk about my story and how I got to Ghana. Yeah, how I got to Ghana, and how it was, living there, what my experience was, all everything like that, to encourage others to come to Ghana and experience the culture, sightsee. And if you want to move there, you know, you'll have I'll be giving you information on that.
Okay, awesome. Definitely, I said your book, the cover. When I looked at it today, I said, wait a minute, she got a gun on her shoulder.
Oh yeah, that's my M16. That's my M16. I named him Mandingo. That's Mandingo.
So again, thank you so much for your service. It's been really great hearing your story. Honestly, anything that you would share, I know you said you went through some things throughout the service, but was there anything as you were in the service that, really was impactful, that helped you, finish, start writing a story, and two, that you learned from as well while you were in the service?
You kind of broke up a little bit.
I said, while you were in the service, was there anything that that you really learned, that you could share, that maybe someone's not sure? Because I know you said it was really beneficial to you because it helped you get your 4 degrees. So anything that you want to share about being in the military, things of that sort?
Well, I will first say military is not for everyone. It's not for everyone. I will say now the Army, it's really like lax. It's really, when I say lax, meaning like when I was in, of course, drill sergeant get up in your face, this, that, and the other, but now it's like these kids, they got stress cards. So if they can't take it, they put up a stress card and all these things. And my thing is, well, if you are in the military, that's building you up in order for you to be able to deal with coming at you. But that's neither here or there. But I will say, everything that I went through, I would not change it. I would not change, because it's made me who I am now. But if you are a young person who wants to join the military, I would first, do your research, and I will go the route of, if I had to do it over again, it would be the Air Force.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be the Air Force. It's more easier and everything like that. And if you have a goal of getting money for school or being an officer or whatever, I would go that route.
Okay. So, and with your book as well, I noticed you said in the back you had pages where you could journal. What made you do that? I know you said you were journaling, but what made you really say, okay, I gotta add this piece to the back of the book?
Because I love to journal myself. And so I want, after my readers, the readers, read the book, I want them to feel that they received an impact of what I went through and what I was feeling. So as enthusiastic as I am with journaling and writing down my thoughts, if my book impacted you in some sort of way, if it's encouraged you in some sort of way, you know, write on the back on those pages, praise. What is your praise? What did you survive? What did you get delivered from? What is your victory? Write those things down to also remind yourself to have some reflection when you get to a point we all have bad days. We all human. So you can look back like, okay, wait a minute. I overcame this. I know I can overcome this, so I wanted the readers to really be able to write down their thoughts.
Any questions for Quan? I know I took up a whole bunch of questions. Any questions?
I was just gonna say, and thank you again for your service, Quan. I have my partner's son. He's going to the Marines in June. He just graduated from high school, and I kind of worry, especially under this administration. You've seen a lot of things that they have done to, you know, uh, the stuff against DEI, and how they on the Arlington National Cemetery website, they've scrubbed the accomplishments of a lot of, Black men and women. Um, and Pete Hegseth, I mean, I mean, we all know that he's not qualified for that type of job. But I'm just saying all that to say I think your book is probably more important than ever, especially for young people of color who are in the military currently or may be going. I think because you've been through some of those tribulations and talked about some of the racism experienced. I mean, this administration seems to just endorse racism and white supremacy, without question. So I think your book would really be important, for someone currently going into the military, not to get disheartened if they choose to stay there. I think you really could encourage a lot of people.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm coming up with ideas of maybe trying to have like maybe a book signing for some youth, young adults, like some high schoolers, and that's ready to go away to college, or they don't know what it is that they want to do, but they thought about joining the military. Come and talk to me. Because to see, or maybe read the book, and it's not to discourage, but it's just to have you just think about, is this something that you really want to do? If like me, I had a goal. I wanted to go because I wanted the college money. I didn't have in my mind like, oh, they're going to send me to war. I was not thinking about that at all. I was thinking about that money. And so I would, say to some young people who have a thought about joining the military, and give them some suggestions and everything like that. And then on top of that, there have been many stories, not true events, true stories of several Black and brown females who have died while on active duty, and their death has been said to be an suicide. No. So there are things that have occurred to Black and brown females that when you read it or you're looking at the evidence, there's no way possible they could have done this to themselves. So I think I really appreciate you saying that to me, and that is encouraging me even more to pursue and maybe speak to some young adults, some high schoolers and young adults that are thinking about joining the military. And just pray, just keep praying over your nephew and everything. So
thank you.
Any other questions?
My book can be purchased on Amazon. You can search it by name. I'm in the process right now of trying to get it in some other outlets and everything like that. So
Well,
I'm
you
pretty sure I
already get.
asked you this already
Go
last
ahead.
time. We were on one of these together, but are you available to speak virtually?
yes, I am.
So Quan,
Thank you.
also being in the military, we're going to start getting you speaking to some military folks and definitely the high school students because they need to know. They
Yes,
need to
please
know. They
help me
need to
with
hear.
that.
They need to hear the story. I mean, the good
Yeah.
and the bad. I mean, I
Yeah,
went
yeah,
in for the
yeah.
college money as well, but I
Yes,
learned
yes.
a lot, so they need to know the good and the bad, but also it's also great to, like Yolanda says, to be able to talk to somebody that's been through it because the recruiters are
Mhm.
sometimes don't tell the real story, as we know. Um, but it's also good to have that,
And they
go-to
ain't because
person.
it's a hustle.
Well,
Yeah. And it's a hustle because they gotta meet their
mhm.
quota.
Yep, yep. So definitely, we about to get you on a journey. So anyone
Thank
needs her
you.
to talk to some military students or students that are interested in going to the military, we about to pull her schedule up
Thank
for
you. Thank
sure.
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
high
you so
school
much.
is one of the groups I was asking you if you were available for us.
Okay. We'll talk.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much again for sharing, and thank
Thank
you for your
you.
service. All right, Sheila, you ready? You ready for us? All right, Sheila, the platform is yours. Let's go.
Right. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you for just how this has been affirming, and just to be in this space of brilliant, beautiful Black women is always a win-win. So before I start, I know we've been here for a minute, but can you just help me? You can hear me. Even in your chair, I want to just take time to stretch and reach toward the sky. Just stretch as high as you're able, and just do a little lean side to side, side to side. And since we are women on the move, in your chair, take your feet, if you are able, and just do some light marching, just marching. See, on the move, marching, marching. Whew. Thank you. Again, my name is Reverend Sheila P. Spencer. I am a writer. I'm an educator. I'm a speaker. I'm a bibliophile, a spiritual director, and a counselor. And I love inspiring people through words, whether it's writing a book, whether it's teaching a class, or doing a spoken word piece, or walking alongside someone, whether it's helping to edit a book. What I like to do is uplift, encourage, and connect people to what their purpose is. So, writing is not just a way that I can connect with others. It's not just a creative way that I connect with others. Writing is life healing and healing to me. It's how, when I need to release something, when I need to grieve, when I need to pour out, writing is something that blesses me first. And it's the way that I pour out. So I am so excited. My book is called Affirmations in Bloom, Affirmations for Guidance, Growth, Reflection, and Inspiration. So I want to talk about what birthed this baby is, and I'll read part of it, but what I really believe is that the conversations we've been having earlier has been nothing but confirmation for what this book, the reason this book was birthed. So literally, as I'm writing down notes like, have they read the book? Have they read the book? So it is affirmations and journaling and much more, but I'm going to read a part of it to you. And I'm going to read the planting of the seed, which is the introduction to how the book was birthed. Affirmations are more than merely declarations. They are seeds of transformation. Affirmations have the power to bloom into attitudes and actions. Affirmations are the foundation providing and embracing a life of gratitude. The planting of the seed. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was connected with the leader of our teen girl ministry. And we were talking about we need to have some intentional time for the teen girls and the ladies to get together. I was tired of us having separate gatherings. So as we said that, the leader of the women's ministry came up and we talked to them about the idea and decided that it would be done. So our first step was getting the planning team together. One of the things I tell people is one of the things that we do is we often plan events for youth and young adult and invite them on the end instead of having them as part of the planning. So I said, before we do this, we need to make sure that they are an intentional part of the planning from the beginning. So we decided to flip the script and we told the teens we would take care of the refreshments and setting up, but we want you to take charge of the program. What do you want us to have? And as they talked, one of the things that they were most passionate about is, and my name is Rev Auntie. I'm Auntie now, and I embrace it. Rev Auntie, we want affirmations. I said, what do you want? We want affirmation. And in that moment, the seed was planted. We want you to talk about an affirmation. So the gathering came together. So what I did is I prepared affirmations and these coloring sheets, because coloring is not just for kids. It's therapeutic. It's literally a way of release. I shared with them a spoken word piece that I'll share with you. But what I had them do is talk about affirmations, and I had the ladies to affirm the teens. They were sitting in groups. So I had all the ladies, I want you to affirm the teens. We had a group of maybe 70 people. The youngest was 15, the oldest was 92. We have them affirm each other. And then as the ladies were affirming the teens, and a couple of friends and I were just standing back and watching, one of the ladies who was a planner said, this is nice. Whew, I really wish somebody give a word of affirmation to me. We didn't miss it. As soon as they finished, we flipped and we told the teens, now we want you to give a word of affirmations to the women that are at your group. And at that moment, you could see how the atmosphere shifted. To see women crying and teens crying and embracing. To hear teens affirming the older women about things that they had noticed about them, that they respected about them that they never knew. To hear ladies, the women say, I never knew that I was appreciated. And to hear the teens say, this is the first time in a long time an adult has said something affirming to me, because I don't get it at home. So the piece that I opened up with goes right in line with what we talked today. So this is the piece that's part of the book. It's the opening part. So whatever it takes you to listen and concentrate, if it's closing your eyes, I want you to be able to receive this. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt you. A familiar phrase we've known and heard, but I found it not to be true. Because after all is said and done, the word to life and death is in the power of your tongue. So before I can affirm and pour into anyone else, I need to make sure that I affirm and I pour into myself. Words speak life. See, they say that sticks and stones may break your bones and words will never hurt you. I know that's a familiar phrase you've known and heard, but I found it not to be true, because after all is said and done, the power of life lies within this tongue. See, our affirmations are the seeds we sow. They bloom and shape the life we grow. Yes, I said the affirmations are the seeds you sow to bloom into the life that you want to grow. So words give hope and words can heal. Words reflect what our heart wants to reveal. So yes, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt you. A familiar phrase we've known and heard, but I found it not to be true. After all is said and done, the power of life and death lies within this tongue. So when the world says what you are not, when the world says what you don't got, you tell the world that that's not true, because you have the power of God in you. When the world tells you how you're supposed to look a certain way, when the world gives you these norms, you tell them you were not born to be in a box. You were not born to be normal. You are brilliant and uniquely and wonderfully made. You are a custom-made item, not something that's on the rack that anyone can pay. You know, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you. It was a familiar phrase we've known and heard, but I found it not to be true. After all is said and done, the power of life is within your tongue. So when you said that earlier today, my heart just leaped. And it's about the power of affirmations. One of the things I do, even as an educator, born in LA, West LA, Cali girl, born and raised, moved to Midwest, and actually we'll be moving back to Cali. But one of the things that's so important are the words we say. Words have the ability to speak life. And so at the end of that session together with intergenerational gathering, I thought, okay, God, I did what I was supposed to do. We were supposed to get together with the teens and the ladies. So we've been doing it. We're going to do it like 4 times a year. We just had our gathering 2 weeks ago. I was like, okay. And as I was going home and I was, feeling good, I did that. I did what you told me to do. And they were saying, thank you for nudging. The Spirit said, you're not done. I want you to create a book of affirmations about blooming for it to be intergenerational. And within a couple of days, I just continued to write. So what these are affirmations. I want to give you the affirmation for G. G. I don't know if you all can see it. Can you see it? What does it say? You see it?
I am giving myself grace.
Yep.
Yeah.
So when the sister Monica said it earlier, I bookmarked that. So the scripture I have is, let us approach God's throne of grace with confidence so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help ourselves in our time of need. And so I have a scripture or reflection, and my invitation is, how can I practice showing myself grace today, especially in the moments when I feel like I'm not enough or I make mistakes? So each page has a place, color. My illustrations are unapologetically Black women. I have a scripture and I have questions. So what I also do throughout is I call up the ancestors. So if you go through it, you will know who helped me. So it's one of my favorites is Toni Morrison. I know we're on mute, but can you read it? I want y'all to read it. Unmute to read it. Can you say it?
You are the best.
You are my
You
best
are your
thing.
best thing.
You are your best
Your
thing.
best thing.
So I call on the ancestors. I call on Toni
Yes.
Morrison. I call on Audre Lorde. I call on Bell Hooks. So they are all affirmations along with a reflection and space to journal. What I also do is include explanations for why affirmations are good for you spiritually, mentally, and physically. I believe that I'm spirit, mind, and body. I don't separate the three. I'm spirit, mind, and body. I'm holistic. You got to take all three of me. If I'm physically off, my spirit's going to be off. If I'm mentally not okay, I'm spiritually not okay. So I'm all three. I don't separate them. So one of the things I also have is an opportunity for the person to create their own affirmations. So what I do is for create your own affirmations, I have a guide. And then what I do is have space for you to create your affirmation. So right next to Toni, when Toni says you are your own best thing, you have space to create your own. And what I've also done is I just don't have the ancestors. I want to give you one of my favorite quotes from Janelle Monáe. And Janelle says, embrace what makes you unique, even if it makes others uncomfortable. I didn't have to become perfect because I learned throughout my journey that perfection is the enemy of greatness. So there are journals and opportunities to interact throughout. It's something that can be done intergenerationally. It can be done inside or in groups. And what I also included was an opportunity for audio. So I have some other poems that are throughout, and I also include a QR code that you can scan and you can hear the spoken word, because some people like to hear it audibly, but it was birthed from a group of teen girls that said, Reverend Auntie, we want affirmations because we're hearing so much. And it meant a lot to me that they said that, especially as beautiful Black girls, what they're hearing, and they need that affirmation of who they are. And I think the song that I played is a song by Common. Don't forget who you are. Don't forget who you are. So yeah, so that's how this was birthed. It was birthed in like December, because we did the thing in fall and within a month of December. So this is my copy. I have a key, a sticker of a key. So it doesn't come in all the books, but a key reminds me that if there's an invitation, the key reminds me I need to unlock the door. The invitation is there, but it's up to us to unlock the door. And I just want to say to everyone else, thank you for saying yes to writing your book, because people are waiting on the other side of your yes. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still high from all the other stuff I've been hearing. So ask me some questions or something, because thank you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila. I love it. I'm over here just snap. Yes, I love it. We need those affirmations. We need those affirmations. We need to encourage ourselves when, you don't have nobody else around you to encourage. You got to encourage yourself. You got to deep and encourage yourself. And so I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to just second that. Affirmations are so important. And our words are powerful. And I put in the chat, it's like a prophecy over your life. When we speak things, we see them show up, good, bad, or indifferent. So it's just a great way to, and remind us the power of speaking and making declarations, something that we need to kind of do on a regular basis, because the words matter. So thank you so much for this. I can't wait to share all of these resources with with people. I'm like, I'm going to be on a buying spree. I'm going to try to buy a book a month, because I try to support other authors, and I want them all for my own collection, for other people. But I just want to thank you for sharing. And it's beautiful. The coloring book, the QR code, high tech too. I'm like, go ahead.
Yes,
I had to teach
yes,
myself.
yes,
I had to
Sheila.
teach
It
myself.
was very beautiful to really build up our mental and physical confidence within ourselves, especially because not having that causes so much depression, and that is very bad when even you can get hurt in so many different places in the world, including church. That there are a lot of people that will hurt you. And your book seems like it was one way you can have fun and build at the same time, to learn how to feel good about yourself and hopefully to spread it to others.
I thank you so much for saying that, because what I put in there is, before we did the affirmations of pouring into each other, I told them, before you say anything about anybody else,
You got
you're
work
going
on
to
you
feed
first.
yourself. And literally they were
You
kind
got
of like,
pour in yourself first.
pour it into yourself, because you can't pour from
What
an
you
empty
don't
vessel.
have. If your cup is empty, you cannot pour into someone else. I mean, I had to learn how to, during the virus, to hold back all that I used to do for other people, and learn how to lavish myself, even though I'm low on money. Find ways of lavishing myself while learning how to put my book together, put other books together, and putting my whole life really back together, because a lot of people messed it up.
Yeah. I love how you speak life.
Thank
And
you.
I also remind me of, when we're on the airplane and you get the directions, in case they blah, 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 air pressure, take the oxygen mask and put it on the person next to you. Is that what they say?
Right.
What do they say?
No, you put it on yourself first before you help someone else. Because
Exactly.
you can't help nobody else until you help yourself.
And I think so many times, because we spend so much time on other people, God gave me that illustration. We're literally putting oxygen mask on everybody else, and we're
But we were also supposed to
our
learn
breath.
from the virus too, that we were supposed to learn how to listen and hear first before we speak, because a lot of people do not know how to be quiet enough to learn to listen from other people other than what they're used to. And the virus, and believe it or not, the virus was supposed to be more of a lesson for everyone, but everyone did not get that lesson.
Thank you.
I did,
Mhm.
because it helped me to grow.
Thank
Any
you.
other
Reverend
questions for
Sheila, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the book. I love the title too, because I think affirmations are like seeds, you know, and as you affirm people, you know, they blossom, you know. So yeah, yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. The book, from what I can see, is beautiful, and the illustrations are beautiful.
I put in the chat, I put the link to my store, which is you can get it through my website. And if you order it through my store, I autograph it, and I also add a little something extra. So when you receive it, I put something extra in the package. And thank you, Yolanda. I found my people. I joined the group like right away. I'm already welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Kim. I was on here last year with another book, and just thank you for this platform. I appreciate you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions for Sheila?
Do you speak virtually?
Hmm.
We'll be in
So I have a
touch.
I have a question. So I was looking as you were going through your book. So you have the affirmations and the coloring. What made you put those combinations? Why did you think that was like so important to do?
I put each page has the affirmation for coloring, and I put the space. Some people are writers, some people write, and some people are doodlers. I'm kind of both. If we're next to each other in a meeting and you're looking at my page, you're going to see doodles all around. I'm paying attention. I'm writing notes, but my whole page is going to be doodled because that's how I process. So for those that like to color and doodle, but I also have space for those to write. And the audio piece came at the end because someone said, she goes, when I read your stuff, she goes, Sheila, I hear your voice. And so when she said that, and being creative means you got to find out stuff for yourself. So I was like, wait a minute, how can I could do a QR code. Then I found this QR thing, create your QR code. So they say necessity is the mother of invention. When you got to learn something, that's how I learned it's just putting yourself out there. And I wanted for those that like to write, visual, some people are auditory, some people are tactile. So I wanted to create something that would connect with, who said it, the senses, that would connect with the senses. And like I said, I dedicated it to my teens. And I think one of my joys is presenting it to them and telling them that you were like a midwife, you helped birth this. So that was my biggest joy.
Awesome. Yeah. So tell us about your first book, because that's how we first met.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So tell us about that.
Yes, you remember it. And so the link that you have has all my products. So I met Kim when I produced this book. Yes. It's the Gratitude Journal, Recharging Spirit, Reviving Body, Renewing Soul. I went through a year of transition, and I was in a year where basically, okay, when I pray, I talk to God. My conversations, my prayers with God are like, I'm talking to you and me. And I remember being so busy, but I was in a season of transition. And I say, God basically said, Sheila, just sit down. Go sit down somewhere. Just sit down and be still. And I was in a position where I just had to be still. And at the end of several months, you pour it out. Okay, now it's time for you to write the book, what you learned from being still. So what this was is it's a combination of essays on self-care. And I talk about several issues. I talk about one of my favorite ones is gratitude for the body. Not the body that the world says you should have, but your body. I tell people that this body brought us through a pandemic. This body kept you warm. This body carried you. So to thank God for this body that you're in, because as much as we may say I'm this and that, there is someone who is wishing that has a gratitude for the body. And so what it has is a chapter, maybe 2 or 3 pages of a chapter, written chapter. And then I have specific questions for those that like to be guided, a specific question. And then what I also have is free space for those who like to doodle. What I do throughout is not just coloring pages, but I have a way for you to create your own playlist. I have yoga and breathing exercises. I include joy of movement, ways that we can stretch. And one of my other chapters is the joy of community and how community is liberation. And so it talks about all of those pieces. And this book was kind of my grounder. It talks about self-care and just reading the fact that self-care is your divine right. You don't need an invitation, explanation, or an invite. You are already worthy of self-care, period. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to work for it. You don't have to do something to be worthy of it. You're already worthy of self-care. And I go back to the creation story. And even if people aren't faith connected, I still use it as a story because it's for everyone. On the 7th day, God was like, peace out, I'm resting. Like, I'm resting. I'm resting. And I don't get, well, did God need to rest? I said, I think that it was presented as an example for us that it wasn't like he waited 6 months or he or she waited 6 months. Rest is a part of our normal cycle. And I'm glad that we're starting to embrace it and not feel guilty about it. The same self-care you do for your mother, your kids, your grandkids, do the same for yourself. And self-care, it saved my life. So this is how I was introduced to the Black Authors Association, how I met Miss Kim, how I did this last year. And I'm just so grateful. And one more thing, I also published a calendar.
Nice.
Yes, I just, baby. And what it is even if it's past 2025, you can still use it. I also have a digital version. And what I do is I taped it on the back of my thing so that this is not. I also have a QR code. And with each QR code, I have monthly activities for each month. So you just don't need it for just the year. You can always, I'm just learning to be creative. And like I said, even if you don't have all the facts, it's okay because you got to say yes, because there is someone waiting on the other side of your yes. Someone is waiting on the other side of your yes. So congratulations to everyone. So, and I'm here. We're all here because we said yes. And we were all waiting for each other on the other side. So just thank you.
Yes, I remember your first book because I went through it. I was like, okay. I did like a couple of chapters. I was like, oh my goodness, I actually shared it with a group that's called a Black Women's Spot, and I shared it with them at an event. They was like, oh my goodness, we got to get this. I said, get her book, get her book. So thank you so much for sharing about your first book as well. Any questions for Sheila? All that creativity she just shared. Someone better ask her how to get the QR codes and all that audio. Okay, go ahead.
So can you? Oh,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, where? I'm trying to look through the chat. I know I wrote down your.
I'll put it down again. I'll put it in there again.
Where to get it?
Absolutely. I'll put it back there again.
But I love it. I love it, Miss Sheila. It was, oh yes.
Thank you.
You're
I love your,
welcome.
I'm just been filled by everything. So everything that people said was just affirmation. So I'm like taking notes of all of everyone else's book. Like, oh, that's when you're in sync. It's just amazing. And again, I just want to say thank you again, Miss Kim, for just thank you for providing this platform
Welcome.
for
This is one of
us.
my favorites. It's always
Yeah,
been
me
one of my
too.
favorites.
And
Any other
your
questions?
contact information, if we
I'm
can.
putting that in there
Okay.
too.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, the QR code, Miss Sheila, is it free? Like, what did you go on to be able to create your QR code in your book?
I'm gonna tell you, when you have to learn stuff, and like part of what I do too is I edit books. I edit and I help people with their book writing process. I said I need to learn this. So you can go to QR bot. You can create your own QR code, create I have an audio. So what I did, I have a link for the audio. I created QR bot and I give you that info. You create your own QR code and you attach the link. And yeah, I'm going to keep my contact info. I would love to connect, but it's a way to be creative. And yeah, I'm putting my website and my personal email. I mean, my work, email in the thing. Here you go.
Yeah, it's so important nowadays. Cell phones, everyone does everything with their cell phone. So scanning QR codes, that's the big thing now. That is the big thing now. Definitely. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much, Sheila. I appreciate you joining us again. Definitely going to get the second book now. Make it the next book to share and definitely read. And I'm an affirmation person. I mean, that's like my third thing to do when I get up in the morning. What's my affirmation for the day? And it kind of guides me. So your book is on my list now for sure. Thank you. All right, Miss Newton, you're next. You gonna share with us your book? Ready? Like,
Yes, hello, hello, hello. I am ready. How are you all today? You have to unmute and answer. This is interactive.
Right.
Fine, how are you?
How
Good.
wonderful. How wonderful.
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 Yay. All right. So I am Ellisha Newton, but I'm going to pause for a second and do the introduction that I normally do. Okay. I am Ellisha Tenay, daughter of Annie Beatrice, daughter of Beatrice, daughter of Ida Beatrice, daughter of Eliza Matchett Stafford, daughter of Emma Sylvia, daughter of Eliza Roundtree Butler. And I pause because I ask the love of those ancestors to come into the rooms that I am in, because at the time that they lived as Black women and men, they were not, the women that I just talked about were not invited in the rooms that I go into now. And I also like to invite the love of my ancestors on my paternal side. That was my maternal side that I just shared. And I say, I am Ellisha Tenay Newton, daughter of God, sister of Jesus, daughter of Ellis and Annie Beatrice, daughter of Beatrice, Elijah, and WC, daughter of Ellis and Simi Lee, daughter of Morris and Mary Jefferson, daughter of Enoch and Ida Beatrice, daughter of Henry and Eliza, daughter of Wesley and Emma Sylvia, Joseph and Eliza, sister of Derek, sister in love of Shannon, wife of Sean, mother of Aria, Sean, and Ethan. I say that, as I said, because I am because my ancestors are. And my book, one of my books is You Are Powerful. This was You Are Powerful, the first one. Then I wrote Companion Guide to You Are Powerful, and You Are Powerful in Action. And this book, You Are Powerful, third edition enhanced version, has everything all of those had in it as well. In addition to the fact that it talks about the readers know they are powerful and God's love is the light others see shining through us. This book, as I said, pays homage to the ancestors like I did just now when I called their names. And I do all of these things because in the 26.5 years I worked for other folks in higher ed, school district, pre-K through 12 and campus as well. 60% of the scholars are reading 2 to 3 grade levels below across the district, not across the campus, but across the district. And we have all the tools that we need to make certain that we are eliminating that disparity. As stakeholders, when I say stakeholders, I'm talking about everyone who has a youth person in their life. So it could be your nephew, your cousin, your godchild, if you don't have your own personal children. We have all the tools we need for that. So I include stakeholders and school counselors, librarians as well to use my books campus-wide and as class sets, because by the time they finish this book, which is not just a book, but it's a journal and it's a transformational guide, they can tell you how they are powerful in action. And we start that by this page right here that says, write the vision and make it plain, which is Habakkuk 2:2, because that's exactly what they do with this book. Also, when they go to the page that says, you are powerful, it is a book. The illustrator created an image that looks like my brother and me, the likeness of us, actually, not necessarily the exact, but then I have little reasons why I gave in the caption why I chose to use that particular artwork with the different text. As I said, when I created this book, I used Toon app, and I took real pictures and turned them into cartoons. As you can see, my husband when he was a little boy, me when I was a little girl, our oldest son when he was a little boy, and our youngest when he was a little boy. So when you look at that, you'll see that they're cartoons. So some of those are still in this book, but these were done by the illustrator. And so, as I said, the reader will be able to articulate how they are powerful in action because it's got 2 glossaries and learning activities. And the reason that I did that is because I asked many of you if you spoke virtually, because I have 2 to 3 day master classes and summits every month. So that's the reason why I was asking y'all that. And then I share with whoever's in front of me in whatever session I'm doing, if it's adults or whether it's students, because this book is, the Lexile level is 920. So that's about 4th grade level. But as you can see, you can read the book and understand it if you're a 3-year-old up to 12-year-olds. But also, when you get to the glossaries, you see that I build and I'm scaffolding. So the word efficacious might be a little bit challenging for a 3-year-old. However, as I said, it builds. So this book could literally be, and it is being recorded right now as a video series that also is an e-course. And broken down into 4 parts so that anyone who goes through it, you'll see the artwork and then they respond to it. And then also when you get to page 43, there's music and we're getting ready to sing. So when you go look at your link, I'm going to put it in the chat again so you can see it. It's called You're Amazing, which is the name of the song. And I'm going to play it on my end to make sure that you can see it. May I share the screen so I can show them what it looks like? And while you're pulling that up, you'll see there's a QR code as well. So if they don't know how to read music, when they look at this music, it takes them to flat.io, which you're getting ready to go to, and it plays it music like a keyboard, just in case they know how to read music. So when they get to this part, after the glossary, when you read all of the words, like I said, efficacious was having a special quality, virtue, and being capable of achieving anything you set your mind to do. And then on here it says on page 42, now that you have read the glossary, proceed to page 43 to follow the directions to sing the song You're Amazing. So when you get to that page, it says sing the song You're Amazing, then follow the part 2 directions, which is going to say, you tell me what amazing means to you after you sing the song, which you're getting ready to do. So pay attention. You can tell I'm an educator, right? So 26 and a half years for other folks in higher ed, elementary, pre-K through 12, as well as my company for the last 2 years, Renewed Spirit, because sometimes you need a renewed spirit. You already know about that scripture. And so when you click on the link, you'll see it says, it takes you to flat.io, and then when you click on this little thing that it looks like a sideways triangle. Wait, my scroll bar is in front of it right here. Then when you click on it, you'll be able to see and sing. However, before we do that, I wanted you to pay attention to a few things. So I have an e-course where it's a bonus music, and I teach you how to read music and sing along and things like that too. So this is a measure staff. These are the notes. So this is 4/4. That means there are 4 beats in each measure. And so when we're singing, you'll see these are the notes that are quarter notes. But when you get here, you'll see this is a rest, and this is a rest, and that's a rest as well. And when I say rest, it's just you're going to pause the singing for just a moment. So since there's 4 here, you know you're going to have 1 beat. And I'm doing my head like this because my hands are full. But if you clap, it's the same thing. This is a beat. So that's 4. So when you get to this one, you're going to rest and then sing 3 more notes. Got it? Y'all got to unmute and answer.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
And so as you can see, this one you'll just pause or rest and then sing 3 notes, and then rest, sing 4 notes, which are all the same notes if you notice that, and then rest, 3 notes, and then rest, and then 3 notes and then rest. So if this is a real lesson, of course, I would have you say all that stuff that I just said, but we have a limited amount of time. So we're getting ready to sing. Is everybody ready? Unmute and say yes.
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 Okay,
Yes.
and unmute so I can hear you singing, because if you don't sing, you're gonna have to do it again. Okay, so get ready.
Real. That's a word right there.
That's right. Because if you don't have time to do it right the first time, it means you have time to do it again.
Yeah, we better do
All
this
right, get
right so we
ready.
don't get detention.
That's right. Get ready. Get ready. We're getting ready to start. 1, 2, 3. You're amazing. Uh-oh. Simply amazing. Can y'all hear it? Wait, I got to take my earphones off. Sorry, I forgot. Hold on.
Forgot I have my AirPods in.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-oh, let me turn up the volume. Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have my AirPods in. That's why I couldn't hear it and y'all couldn't either. Okay, ready? We're going to sing one more time. 1, 2, 3. You're
Amazing.
You're
Amazing.
That was raggedy. That was raggedy. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Okay. Note is your. Everybody sing your.
Your
All right. Amazing.
Amazing.
Start again with you're amazing. You're
amazing.
Rest and then listen and then you'll sing. Simply amazing. I'm gonna sing it again. Simply. Now you sing simply. Okay, let's pause. Hold on. Simply. Now you sing.
Simply amazing.
Amazing. Your turn.
Amazing.
Good. Now pause. You're amazing. All the same note.
You're amazing.
Okay, that sounded good, but the tempo is off. So remember, it's you're amazing. Got it?
Okay.
Sing it.
You're amazing.
Rest. Simply
Your time.
Simply amazing. Amazing.
All right, now here we go again. One more time, all together. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Background noise. Hold on. Hold on. Ready? Hold on, we're gonna start again. Ready? 1, 2, 3. You're
amazing.
Rest.
Amazing.
Rest. You're
amazing.
Rest. It's not a round of applause. All right, that was good. Now, you know,
Hey, we're gonna make this
a
album.
few more times to get in sync, but that was good for the second time. You just saw that for the first time.
Yes, with no rehearsal. Fabulous.
A few more rehearsals to get in sync, but we got it. And so
You're amazing.
what does amazing mean to you? You can type it in the chat or you can unmute and say it. It's up to you.
That you're a very unique person.
All right. Who said that?
All of us, Messina.
Messina, acknowledge Messina. Everybody
And
acknowledge.
does the music teach you about like the what the letters and spaces, E.G., B.D.F., F.A.C.E. and all that?
That's right. The lines are ED. Like you said,
E.G.
every good boy does fine. So
fine face.
Yep. Every good boy does fine is how we remember the lines. And
Yeah.
the space, F-A-C-E, is how we remember the spaces. That's right.
Yeah, I took piano lessons and I played piano.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to share how do you feel now that you've sung the song? What does amazing mean to you?
You're also unique, and God made you in the image He wants you to be in, not in someone else's image.
Wonderful.
Quan, you're muted if you're talking.
Yeah, anyone else want to share?
When I say the word amazing, for me, it reminds me, it's a reminder to myself to encourage myself and say, hey, you are amazing. When life is lifing and you're feeling down and everything like that, you have to stop and tell yourself, you are amazing.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
I'm an educator, and I was teaching 10th grade high school starting August of last year at one school, but it was so challenging to high schoolers. I said, I can't, and I ain't, And I said, I just telling myself like, no, I have to move on. But before I made that ultimate decision to leave, I will say the principal at the school, she was amazing. And she was a new principal at the school coming in, and I see what she was trying to do. But for me and my sanity, I had to be like, But before I moved on, she seen the challenge I was having. She gave me a tea mug, and it said, "Remind yourself how amazing you are," something to that extent. And so I really appreciated that. And she reminded me, she told me, she was like, well, I understand you got to do what you got to do, but never forget you are amazing. And so I thank you for that word.
Thank you for sharing. Acknowledge Quan, everybody. And I see someone says, we're dropping this album later. Living your truth. Yalonda said, thank you. Being and living my true self is amazing to me. Okay, let's give acknowledge Yalonda. Acknowledge Netta. Embracing your true self. Sheila. Acknowledge Sheila. Amazing is full of wonder. Acknowledge Anitra. Being crafted by God makes me unique. Anitra. Thank you for sharing. Acknowledge Anitra. Self-care is so important. Waiting until you burn out is too late. Absolutely. Beyond special. That was Natisha. Beyond special and extraordinary is what Natisha said amazing means to her. All right. So when you go to learning activities, actually unique is one of our words too. Somebody who just said unique.
She wanted to reinvent the White
learning
House, and to her,
activities,
that
when
meant
you go
tearing
to the instructions, as I said, you'll see that I challenge the reader to add to the song "You're Amazing." Add another musical score, which the part of the glossary is telling them what a musical score is. If you want to honor someone with the song, walking them through that process. And then think about a decision you made to create a song. They could do a song, a play, a book, a rap, a production, or something totally brand new. How will they add action to that plan? And then it walks them through that. If you're teaching someone something, or if you're using the tools to teach someone something, how do you add action to that plan? Any suggestions for what the person might be saying or doing or eating or drinking, whatever they're creating, and then the reasons that they made the suggestions. So that part in the learning activities is also a challenge, which our next one is this coming Monday through Tuesday. Monday through Wednesday. So it's live 2 days, noon to 1 hour of power on March 31st and April 1st. And then on the 2nd, they'll get feedback as they share what they're creating based on what they just wrote in this book. And then they can do the final after making edits on the 2nd. And then we actually walk them through how to create, sell, distribute, donate, whatever they want to do with what they created. We walk them through that process as well. So it's truly interdisciplinary with the art and the music, and then them actually creating something. I'm going to pause because I said a whole lot. I want to make sure if you have any questions, we pause and answer them.
Questions?
Well, I thank you. This was amazing. What's the youngest? What is the age range of these are young people that's your primary audience, or who attend these workshops?
So I actually wrote this book thinking of 3 through 12-year-olds, just because when I was publishing it, they asked me what age group. But I thought of it as a family and multidisciplinary book, as a multi-generational book. And the reason that I was thinking that was because, the ancestors are encouraging us, and that the way that it was written. And also, I've gotten a lot of feedback from adults saying that they can use it as a daily affirmational type thing. But it's because I had a pick of age group, it's for all ages, but 3 to 12 can easily pick it up and read it until you get to the vocabulary part, which is meant to be with an adult anyway, even if they're not in the 3 to 12 grade. 3 to 12-year-olds. But it was also measured, Lexile level for 920 is the measurement it was given, which is about 4th grade, the independent reading level, because sometimes students read on a different independent reading level, reading by themselves, than they do if they are have auditory comprehension.
Right.
I just wanted to say that you're amazing.
Thank you.
And I wanted to comment that I love the book. Music is universal, as I said earlier. I love that it's multidimensional, that you read it and then you actually have a song connected. I just know that engages students. So I'm looking forward to sharing that in my school building with some children who kids love music in general. So again, I'm gonna be doing a lot of purchasing over the next couple months, but this is fantastic. And I can't wait to see how they can bring this song together.
Thank you. And I told you that there's a space for them to write, but this is what it looks like, and it has the journal prompts. So they can write or read. Write or draw, because some students may not have the words yet to articulate what they're thinking, but they can draw. And then I have a coloring book as well that just came out called You Are Powerful. coloring book and activities, because there's activities in there as well. And so I have this bookmark that I created, which looks like a coloring book, and then it has a QR code to take them to the song You're Amazing Too. So just trying to make it interactive as possible.
Any other questions?
Yes, I'm excited for your school to have it as well, Anitra.
So what do you have coming up next?
So I did the coloring book a few weeks ago. So telling people about that so they can order it and know that it's out there. Well, it's been about a month now. And then I have the book, How to Love Your Job Daily for Educators, is on pre-order, as well as Light. And Light is the first book of the STEM series. And then there are 5 books in the STEM series, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because my content for my master classes and summits, 2 to 3 day summits every month, are fun and literacy through STEAM. You know, my background is educator, but I also have a love for space exploration education and also science. Literally taught everything from pre-K to adults, and science was one of my loves. So that's one of the reasons why, in addition to, you know, I don't know if what state everyone is in. You can put it in the chat, and that way I can keep track of it. What state or city and state you're in now, and then and if you're in another country, the country as well. Because the reason I do literacy through STEAM, I call it fun and literacy through STEAM, because, you know, anyone who's in front of me, whether you're an adult or a student, you are going to create a self-care plan within the first 15 minutes of us talking to each other. For adults, it may look like going to get a manicure or pedicure or massage, or just walking outdoors. But for students, it may look a whole lot different. So whatever it is, they write it. And then, because you can't pour from an empty cup, we have a lot of same things that we've been talking about today. Can't take care of others if you're not taking care of yourself. And if you're not eating well, hydrating, and resting well, you cannot process the information you're learning, maintain it, and teach it to others. So if you're teaching others what you're learning, then you learn it at a higher level than if you're just taking it in because someone else is teaching you. With all the different levels, ways that you, different learning styles that we have. So I said all that to say, also I have, my book is on the metaverse, and it is when I say it's in the metaverse, it's literally in the metaverse. One of the links I shared, it says the Black Children's Book Museum. And during February 23rd through March 1st was Black Children's Book Week. Veronica Chapman created it, and she wanted it to be in the metaverse because she wanted to make sure that people saw all of the books that are made by with a Black antagonist or character, Black and brown characters. And it's, when you walk through, it's actually a museum. So you are in the metaverse, but you're walking through, and my book cover is huge, and it's on the wall like a piece of art. And then you click the top right-hand corner, and it takes you to order the book. So that's still super exciting and still mind-blowing to me, that it's in the metaverse. And then, so I'm open for speaking engagements. So that's why I put the link to book me to speak. And Class Bookstore is a Black bookstore here in Houston, Texas. In May, we're finalizing the dates now so that I can do a book signing there, but it's always the literacy event with STEAM, because in Texas, I include a science activity, because in Texas it's the 3D curriculum now, which it was not before. Okay. And a lot of people still don't understand what that means. So for example, when I was in middle school, and I say middle school lightly because in my town it was sixth grade centers, and then 7th and 8th grade was junior high. So anyway, middle school is, everybody basically understands that. So we had teachers who were elementary and middle in particular, some who would just say, turn to page 55 and read and the night before, make sure you read 50 through 55 and be ready to answer questions and take a quiz and do a test. And then every now and then you might get an experiment. And then sometimes you didn't. I had a teacher in 7th grade in particular for not science, but another subject, he would say, open the book, read the page, and then open and read his newspaper the whole class period. So, I mean, you know, that's that. When I was in school, some of that was the case. However, when they say a 3D curriculum for science now, what they're talking about is the student does the experiment individually and with the group, and then they tell you what they think they saw, and then they tell you about a phenomenon. Then they create an actual visual, a tactile representation of what the phenomenon looks like, something that you can touch, and then they're telling you that they're thinking about their thinking, and they answer questions either in a multiple choice or short answer or performance assessment on the state test. So the state has been saying this for a while. However, this coming school year, 25-26 school year, on the state test in Texas, there will be field test questions to see how students do with that type of thinking. And then the following year, 26-27 school year, all the students who take 5th grade science, 5th and 8th grade in Texas, will have that content that they'll be tested on. However, in the state of Texas, also a few years ago, the writing test used to be 4th and 7th grade only, but now it's embedded in the reading test. And the reading test starts 3rd grade and up. And guess what the content is for the reading test? Unmute or type it. What do you think? Content for the state test. Reading, of course, but what else?
The science part.
Science and social studies, exactly. So that means everybody needs to teach all the content they're supposed to teach. And historically, a lot of I've taught in Texas and also in Louisiana, and many times elementary teachers in particular teach reading and math every day. And sometimes they teach science and social studies, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they try to incorporate the science into a reading lesson, and sometimes they'll do social studies every day, and sometimes they don't. However, in the state of Texas also, the year of COVID, 2019, they said every school needs a STEM curriculum. And 2025, every school still does not have a STEM curriculum, but it's mandated by the state. So those are a lot of different reasons why I always include science and a sample lesson of what the 3D curriculum looks like. So even though it's a book signing, there will be an activity and it would include all those things for those reasons. Not necessarily just because in Black communities, but I've talked to people in all different cultures, and a lot of people don't understand what I just explained to you. So that's why I share what I'm sharing with you in all my events.
What do they do for the disabled communities? Because you can be a child and in a disabled community and still go to your regular school, and you could test and not do well on the test, but then you're a very hands-on person, just like with the writing, reading, and all that, but you may not be a comprehensive person to take tests, but you're very good hands-on. What do you all do?
So I was in public schools for 26 and a half years. I only taught in one school that was not Title I because that's my love. When I graduated my undergrad from Dillard University, I got an elementary education degree. And I wanted to make sure I taught in Title I schools because we're underserved. Does not mean that they're not as intelligent or smart, but every single scholar that I have had is capable. And I have a conversation with them about that at the very beginning, that so here's the content they said we need to learn. I've taken out all the fluff. I'm only teaching what you need to know. My expectations are high, but I expect you to exceed them because you can. And many of my scholars who have a label for special ed, so it's gifted and talented is under the special ed umbrella, but also students who need an IEP, individualized education plan, which most people think about when they say students with disabilities or special education. And they score higher than my regular ed students do. Lots of times over the 26 years because of
mentally we work hard. Mentally in everything we do, we work harder. We work hard in everything we do, from the work, from getting a job to education. If the chance is given, we work hard.
Yeah, and so we do this. I do the same type of customization in my class, which is a lot of work when I front load it at the beginning, because whether they have a label for dyslexia intervention, which I am a dyslexia intervention teacher, or gifted and talented, or whatever the label might be, I still do that level of customization, and I test them at the beginning of this class, find out where they are, and then I do what I call a boot camp. So the first 2 weeks of school, if I'm teaching 7th grade, everything they should have learned before they came to me from pre-K through 6th grade, I'll make sure that whatever they don't have, in that first 2 weeks, I teach it, and I do it in warm-ups or sponge activity or whatever they're calling it these days at the very beginning of the class period, to make sure that they're on the foundation they need first, because my promise every year is 2 years of growth within 1 year. But now we have the COVID slide and we have the summer slide, because in the summer, we all know, many of us know, that whatever we teach them in the fall and the spring semester, sometimes they lose or forget in the summer if they don't do some kind of reading or activities or camps or whatever to enrich what they've learned. But now, since COVID-19 happened and the whole world shut down with the global pandemic, many of the students cannot tell you today in 2025, March 30th, what they learned from March 2020 till March 30th, 2025, because they either didn't learn it and retain it, or they're just sleepwalking through, I got to go to school because they told me to go, which we all know that. And when we planned what we were going to do before we went back into the building, because in my district, I was teaching 7th grade at the time, and we did the first 4 weeks at home virtually, and we weren't going to go back into the school district until we were not in the red, because they had the zones, yellow, high risk for being COVID. At any rate, we didn't do that. So some districts did it, some districts didn't. So that's why you'll hear me say, how are you doing? Like when we first started. And then I'm a Girl Track crew leader. So I have 2 crews, and one of the 3 questions we ask now when we walk and talk together is, how are you? What are your goals for the month? And what do you need? So that's those 3 things. Had that continued, a lot of the students who are having these, they're reluctant readers is what I like to call them, would not have that. But I can't be everywhere, and
I'm writing.
I mean,
I'm writing for disabled.
Yes.
I'm writing my books for disabled. So.
Oh, wonderful. And I see hello to Sonia M. Smith. Yay, yay. And then Yalonda Neff graduated from Dillon too. Yay, DU. And Blue Devils. And then Netta says, everyone, it has been oh, she's saying that she's gotta go. Okay. And Sheila says, as an educator, you're speaking the truth. The pandemic has a ripple effect. That's correct. However, as educators, as stakeholders, we have all the tools we need to help them thrive in literacy, which I consider English language arts, reading, writing, listening, presenting, and embedding the research. But so if they're literate in those areas, they'll thrive in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, basket weaving, football, cheer, whatever they're doing. So that's our goal. That's why we have all of the things we have that I shared today.
Hey, well, thank you so much for sharing that. That's I love the fact that your whole book is a book of creativity, and also it has some undergrounding purposes behind it. But the creativity part, you reach almost any and every student with your book, and that's really, really awesome to hear.
Yay! I'm excited.
I
I'd like to hear that.
I'm sorry, I had a quick question. I was really moved by your introduction. How many generations did you go back when you were saying you're the mother of, and your family members?
Great. So 4.
Wow, that's amazing.
To the 1800s, yeah.
That's amazing that you even, have that history. A lot of us, don't have that, can't go back that far, or haven't gone back that far. So that's really amazing. Thank you.
Someone mentioned earlier that when we have uh, funerals that normally turn into reunions. Well, on my mother's side and on my father's side, someone on both sides has done the lineage during family reunions. And so that's why I was able to get that from them. And when I was writing this book, I knew my great grandfather, who was my dad's dad, is Morris Brown, and not affiliated with the university. But I did not know he owned his own orchard. So when the illustrator created this picture, he had this picture on here before, but he actually added this orchard after I told him that. So I learned a lot doing this book, and a lot of my brother and a few of my cousins are saying, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that." So it's a lot of the family history. It's my actual family history, but it's my brother actually told me I need to look into another target audience, not just educators, women who are educators, but also people who are doing this type of thing for their families may want me to help them do that. So I was like, okay, well, I have a consulting plan for that. Let me see what they want to do.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for sharing that.
All right, we are we had one more speaker. She was having issues with her camera. Go ahead, I'm sorry, you have something else?
Yeah, one more thing I want to say. My name is Ellisha. My daddy's name is Ellis. Ellisha with the E. My daddy's name is Ellis. My mom added the H and the A, so it's literally Ellisha Newton, like Sir Isaac Newton, laws of relativity, or a fruit-filled syrupy sweet snack called a fig Newton. And Mr. Newton and I have been married 29 years. So I've had the honor of using the Newton name for 29 years. And I want you to remember me when you think of me, Ellisha Newton, think of lady. L, my superpower is love. And my ancestors are because I am. Also, A, I appreciate you. D, what are your dreams? Allow me to help you walk through your dreams to reach whatever your goals are. Because as I said, I work with women who are educators at the pre-K, kinder, and higher ed levels who are in new administrative roles because they've gotten a role. Now what? We walked them through that and mentorship, as well as signature and master classes, as well as signature programs to reach their goals. And why? The why in lady means you. I see you, I believe in you, and what you have to say is important.
All right, I love that. I always forget that you do that, and that's one of my favorite parts. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you for including me. I have a great time every time I'm with
you. Thanks.
And we'll make sure we dance next time because I said that and then I didn't.
Yes. So, Dr. Sabrina, I know your camera's not working, but can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excuse me, Kim.
You. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Kim.
Yes.
How many more do you have?
Dr. Sabrina's our last author for tonight.
When was I supposed to go? Because I did sign up for it.
After Dr. Sabrina.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hi, Dr. Newton. Let me ask you to help me out here, if you will. Please share my book cover because I don't know what's going on, you guys. I'm on the road traveling, and if karma can happen, it can happen. But we're gonna make it do what it do. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
What's the name of the book so I can pull it up?
Learning to Trust, a Black family's guide for building, protecting, and transferring wealth. Okay. Can you help me out there? Do you see it?
Okay, I'm looking it up now. I'm sorry, I had myself on mute, so I was talking and you didn't hear me.
Okay, green book cover.
Learning to Trust was the first part.
Mm-hmm. And you may do better going to my website, learningtotrust.org, or iamsoulnoted.co. And I'll go ahead and put those things in the chat as well
since we're
learningtotrust.org. Okay.
huh?
So they came up on Amazon, but I'll do your website.
Okay, and if you want to pull it up on Amazon, that's fine too. Either one, it's on Amazon as well.
And we want you to get all the coins.
Okay,
We're gonna go to
so
your
noted.
website.
.co. Okay. Oops, that's wrong. Wait a minute, I misspelled it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not coming up with learningandtrust.com. Is it
No,
.com or
no,
.org?
.co. I'm sorry, .org on Learning to Trust. I am so noted .co.
Learningtotrust.org.
Okay.
Okay.
I just put all that in the chat. And while she's
Okay.
doing that, let me just go ahead and introduce myself because I do want to be very conscientious of the time. And thank you, Kim, to you for inviting me to participate in this wonderful, wonderful event. I am Dr. Sabrina Edmund Williams, author, educator, investor, and talk show host. I am opening minds and closing contracts. I am so noted, and I'm so excited and delighted to be here speaking to you today from Bonifay, Florida. I've been on the road for the past couple of days. I spoke in Mobile, Alabama on yesterday, and I'm here in Bonifay, Florida. Had a very good event just a couple of hours ago. So we actually came back to a relative's home, and there's a house full of people here. So I kind of stole away and, and am in a bedroom trying to come to you today and present. But I thank you again for the opportunity just to tell you, I quickly looked at the information that you sent me, Kim. So I'm not sure what the format is, but just to tell you a little bit about my story. I think we're sharing her story here today. I am a new author. I released my book in July of last year. And basically, my book has become the bridge to my breakthrough. I have a message that I feel like I've been given from the good Lord himself to share with my people. I had an opportunity to do that today here in Bonifay, Florida. And I'm really just trying to educate our community on the importance of building, protecting, and properly transferring wealth. And as I understand it, Kim, you wanted us to read a passage from our books. Is that correct?
Yes, you can do that, or you can just talk to us about your journey on building wealth.
Okay. So I can talk to you about my journey on building wealth. Let me just talk to you about my journey to my book. I think that may make a lot more sense. This book was actually, the idea for the book was birthed during the pandemic, back when a lot of people were dying, particularly people of color, people that look like me, a little Black girl like me out of Mississippi. I sat down during that time, did some introspective thinking, really had to be honest with myself and admit that I didn't have my affairs in order. So I started a process, but unfortunately, or maybe even fortunately, the way things have turned out, it looks like it's fortunately, I didn't finish at that time. Found myself about a year later facing a potential lawsuit. And so, what initially started as an effort to properly transfer my estate became an effort to protect my assets. And so, I took about a year off. I canceled the contract that I was in with an organization that was basically looking to sue me, and I immersed myself in learning and understanding the intricacies of estate planning. And so, with that in mind, I got my affairs in order, and I thought I was good. But the good Lord said, "No, you got a little bit more work to do." So I found myself writing a book, and after that, I thought I was good, but obviously he had other plans in mind. So now I find myself on a journey to travel the nation to lead a discussion within the Black community on the importance of building, protecting, and properly transferring wealth. And so it's something that, you never know what God has in mind for you. What I thought was simply just the writing of a book has really become a personal mission for me.
And it's something that I'm enjoying in this season of my life. It has opened up the door for many other opportunities, including the hosting of my own talk show, Soul Talks Money and More, that airs locally in the Jackson, Mississippi metro area, as well as the Hattiesburg metro area in Mississippi. And then it streams to my YouTube channel. So that's kind of been my journey, you guys. Not really sure what, as I said, what the format was, because I'm just jumping on. But I did want to share just kind of where I am, what I've done. And I don't know, are we taking questions? Did anyone have a question for me?
Anyone have any questions?
Dr. Sabrina, where can we get your book?
Okay, great question. Thank you for asking that question. So I have my book available in various formats. So of course, like many others, I am on Amazon, but you can only get the digital version of the book on Amazon. I also have the book available on my personal website, which is iamsonoted at .co. iamsonoted.co. That is where you can get the physical copy of the book. You can only get that physical copy at iamsonoted.co or at one of my live events. And then, of course, I have the book in digital version as well as audio version at learningtotrust.org. So we have various locations for the book and the different formats. And I am in the process of working with someone to translate the book to Spanish, because the information is needed in our community, but it's needed in other communities as well.
Any other questions?
Normally one, Kim, that I will answer that I often get asked. I just got asked this question at the event I was at. A lot of people want to know what the difference is between the will and the trust, and why do we need a will? Do we need a trust? And I will tell you this: if you own assets, whether that be your house, your car, real estate, businesses, any other assets, if you own anything in your personal name, you need a trust. I'm just going to be honest with you. You need a trust. A will is simply a document that determines what happens to your assets after you die. However, you have to think about something. A will provides you no asset protection. Go back to what Dr. Williams said. Initially, when I got involved with this whole idea of estate planning, my concern was transferring my wealth. However, what led me to the book was I needed some asset protection. So the will does not provide any of that for you. And, unfortunately, life happens. Life gets the best of all of us. I have a girlfriend that was driving on the interstate 2 years ago and had an accident that turned into a 2-year ordeal where she was almost sued. Just found out about 2 weeks ago that the person has decided to settle. So, in a case like that, just having a will does you no good. It's not going to protect your assets. So
Is it, I know is there a certain age, people think it's a certain age where you need to start,
yes,
putting
I'm
together
so
these
happy you
things?
asked that, Ms. Kim. I am a former college professor, so I spent a lot of my career interacting with young people, and really, the sooner you put some things in place, the better. Prime example, I waited till I was in my 50s to start this process, which meant I had probably 30 years of building assets. So it took me a whole lot longer to go back and try to get some things in order than it would have taken me if I had learned how to operate in this mode from the start. And one thing I want to really encourage us to think about, those of us that have children, especially if you have college age children, or maybe, children that are in their early 20s. Okay, there's this thing called HIPAA. I know you all have heard about it. You all familiar with it.
Yeah.
that once those children reach a certain age, the age of consent, I think it's 18, if something happens to them, these college age children, think about it, they're driving back and forth on the highway, going back to school, different places. By law, you're limited in even in the amount of information that the hospital is able to release to you without their consent. So if they're in a state where they can't answer questions, or, they may not even know. These are kids, okay? Just because they're 18, they don't know anything. They don't know what to ask. You may want to ask certain things, but technically they don't have to tell you anything because of HIPAA if they haven't signed any consent forms. I went through that with both of my children, where they both experienced some medical issues. And of course, they're on my insurance, they're this and other. And the people are like, oh, no, got to get permission. So to answer your question, Kim, this is important for younger people as well, because estate planning is inclusive of also doing those things called your advanced directive. You don't have to be old to die. Look around us in our community, especially who's dying. Young folks killing young folks. So there are just things that as young people, these need to be put in place now. You can't wait,
And you mentioned you are getting your books translated.
Mhm.
I'm going to share my information. Will you share with me who you're using as well?
So I have a colleague that I went to graduate school with, and she is very fluent in Spanish. And so we're going to work together. She's going to do the translation for me on the book. I'm not like using a company or a paid translator or anything. She's just going to work with what I have.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Well, if you don't have a question for me, I do have something for you. Since we're here, Ms. Kim, it is my time. I am on a mission to start a national conversation. And I should say lead, not necessarily start, because some families have already started talking about this. Statistically, only about 30% of the people in the Black community even have a will. Okay. So that means 70% of us are walking around with absolutely nothing in place. That equates to about 25 million people, you guys. So this is a conversation that I desperately want us to engage in. If there are opportunities within your families, your friend circle, your church group, your senior group to engage in these conversations, please keep me in mind. Not only do I have a book, I have a companion boot camp that I have developed, where every 8 weeks I'm rolling out this boot camp. I will show people what to do. I will hold their hand and help them get it done. Because the reality is, if we sit around here and wait until, or if we continue, let me go back, if we continue to sit around here and wait until our loved ones die to do anything to put our estate planning in place, all we're doing is giving away our wealth to these attorneys and these judges. Because when you go through probate, attorneys bill by the hour, you guys. So we can either act or we can, do nothing and just give away money that we don't have to.
I have another question. I know
Yes,
when
ma'am.
people think of wills, they say, "Oh my goodness, like I get so much information together." Is
Mhm.
it that complex? I mean, does it have to be a lot of information, or can it just be something like general? I want to do X, Y, and Z.
So that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that, Kim. And the reality is, it can be as complicated or as simple as you want it to be. For a person like myself that's in my 50s, that is a real estate investor that has been building wealth for quite some time, of course, my estate planning may be a whole lot more involved than someone that is maybe just getting started, or maybe a person that does not have as many assets. So the question, the answer is really always, it depends. Then think about this, it may depend on your situation too. The single mom that has, 2 kids, she's thinking differently than, the person that recently graduated from college and don't have any responsibilities, or a person that's older that may have caregiving responsibilities. So all of those things should be considered, and it's going to look different for all of us. But the reality is not to let it overwhelm you. And that's why I developed the boot camp. We sit down and week by week we go through what needs to be done, because the goal is to get it done. None of us know when our last day on earth is. So we gotta have something in place.
And then my other question is it place that we should keep the will? Is it should be in the I know you always
Right.
see these movies where they go to the
Mhm.
safety deposit box
Mhm.
with the 2
Mhm.
keys.
So,
But
and that's something that we do cover in the boot
okay,
camp as
awesome.
well, as far as like where you should keep these documents. Because ideally, not only should you have copies of the document, but you want to make sure that there are multiple copies that are available. Think about the times in which we live right now. It seems like every other week there's some type of catastrophic event that's
Right.
going on, whether it's wildfires or hurricanes or tornadoes. So you have to make sure that you have multiple copies of them, so that if something happens and one copy gets wiped out, then you have something available. And we talk about that too, in terms of storing documents and the better options for those things.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, if not, thank you so much again. And I'm sorry, I have to figure out what is going on with this camera, because I have a talk show to do in the morning and I got to do it remotely. So I need to have a camera that works, but we'll get it figured out. Thank you again, and best
Thank you.
wishes to all of you, my fellow authors. I wish you much success in your literary journeys.
Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Sabrina.
Mhm.
Awesome. All right. Any Messina, you wanted to share as well?
Yes, my name is Macina Lenore Mason. And in what was it, 1999, I wrote my first book called The Struggle Equals Goals. And then about a few years ago in 2022, so the company called Author Reputation Press found my book when I first published it with First Books and wanted to republish it. A Struggle Equals Goal is an autobiography on my life living with epilepsy. Even though most people wouldn't think that I wouldn't be able to do what anyone else would do, I would go. I went and proved people wrong, because a lot of people would say, no, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. In other words, I went and proved people wrong. So when I was in high school, let's say I was told that I couldn't go to college, but I went to college anyway and got my AA degree in microcomputers. And I'm also, like one of the panelists, I'm a piano player as well. These are things that I learned how to do, and now learned how to live on my own with basic help from learning from my family, my mother, especially, and my grandmother. Author So Equals Goals takes you through my life up to college, where you will be able to see like what my challenges were, what some of my challenges were, and what they weren't, and also what I what I was able to do and still conquer. This book will be taken hopefully real soon, and in addition will also be added to it as well, and given a new title where you will see how I conquered my pain while during the last 20 years before the virus. And during that time, you will see, I wrote in question and answer form, the second part, which is the second emotional part of my life, that's going to be added to A Struggle Equals Goals, and will be given a new title called Finding My Voice While Conquering My Disability which they will be on on KDP Publishing with Amazon. And I will also be I make reels. I'm making videos of myself. I'm also going to be making podcasts, especially to show people who are, especially if you're disabled, like what it is you can do for yourself. What is you will be on low income, but you can still make this happen or that happen. Like I'm on low income right now, but I'm still finding a way to make my business happen, which I had started a business called I Can Fly, So Can You, which is basically meaning that you can learn to do anything that you set your mind to. For all children, I speak for them as an advocate. I speak for children with disabilities so they don't lose their voice like I lost mine, which is very important that you do not leave your children out of the communication, even if they're disabled, because you're causing just as much damage to our mental, physical, and emotional ability to be accepted. You're causing an ability that our speech will be messed up, to where that we cannot form not just the words, but also have a regular communication with you. Then you have to send your child to all these other programs, like the therapists, like the psychiatrists, like the speech therapist, all these other programs. In on tap with probably about half of it, not counting the therapist, psychiatrist maybe, but make at least half of it would not have to happen if you as family would just do your job and just treat your people as a disability who have a disability in the family like they are respected and that they are someone. And don't assume that just because you know one person with a disability in the family and you had issues with that one person, that you know everybody that has a disability. Because I was born with epilepsy, and by God's grace, I'm seizure free for 2 years. But at the same time, I can know other people with epilepsy, but those same people can't do what I do, and I can't do what they do, because we can all take the same medication, but it reacts to us differently. The seizures hit differently. We act differently. We recover differently. But yet, all together, we have one understanding of each other's pain. But some of that pain needs to be cut. The core of people in the world thinking that we're out to hurt them, their business, or anything, which is not true. And then you don't want us to have jobs, and a whole bunch of us have to fight for Social Security and SSDI, where maybe all we need is less hours or something of that nature. But don't cut us out of the picture, no matter what the disability is, for them to do. So my book is to teach you, and my future book is to teach children as well, to treat other children correctly and nicely, and they all my stories in the future have a lesson, because believe it or not, your young 5, 6, 10-year-old children on that playground during lunchtime at school can do so much damage to one child when they all gang up on one child and want to treat that child wrong and use that child as a pawn. And you do that every day, 9 months out of the year, plus your family, plus anybody you know, you will have no mental peace, and you start to develop depression on top of your disability.
Right.
And this is where my drive is, that I will be starting tomorrow, becoming a DSP to help others like who have disabilities so they can be independent. I will be starting in the future podcasts. I have Instagram reels out at this present time as well. I'm on TikTok as well too.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? You're welcome. Any questions for Marcina?
Did you share your information in the chat?
Yes, I did. I shared it in the very beginning.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll scroll.
put it back in. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. So have you successful with getting your book out and selling it right now?
I'm low in sales right now. The book came out the second time in 2022, and I'm working with in my program someone to help me to build up to get the things I need to do the podcast and everything as well. I'm in a program through Doors.
Okay, awesome. Anyone want to share any ideas of how to get some traction on the book?
Well, Miss Kim, I'm up with this poetry book because it's a different, genre than the autobiographies. Like I look on Eventbrite and I look at all of the meetup, like the open mics in Philly, and then I'm about to just start like going to them. And if you don't mind, the ones on Be It, I'm gonna probably ask you like how I did with the writers class. Like if you can like share this for anyone that's in Philly and want to come. They probably would have to pay to get in because you like to pay to get in, and then there also be a vendor there. Like you can also vend at some of the places, like with some of the people that's having it. So like that's the route I'm taking now. With the poetry book, is just have to go ahead and just get out there and do an open mic. But I know her book isn't poetry, but like if she could look on Eventbrite in Maryland, like I don't know how far Silver Spring is like from Baltimore. Yes,
Natasha, inside my book, there's also poetry that I wrote personally myself.
Bet. So Baltimore. So I was looking at your state too, in the city of Baltimore. They have like
I'm in Silver Spring. I live in Silver Spring, New DC. I wrote in my book. There's poetry. There's poetry in it that I personally wrote myself. I took a class in sixth grade. We had one day class where the teacher brought in a poet, so we learned how to write poetry. So and that was the most fun I had in that history class in grade school. And sometimes I've written poetry for fun on my own, but for this book right here, I wrote poetry. Like one is called "Breaking the Chains," meaning that you have to start cutting the cord of how you treat your child. That overprotection that you do you have to start breaking it, because as we grow, one day you're not going to be here, but we may still have to take care of ourselves, and you cannot entrust your family to always take care of us. So you have to teach us. So we have to learn about the things like insurance, like the lady was talking about trust. We should learn about whatever it is to take care of ourselves. And that's what some of my future books will talk about as well, to help you to be independent.
Very good.
Amen. I don't know how far Silver Spring is from Baltimore. You can type in Silver Spring like events, like you could type in poetry or like author or like book events on Eventbrite. And then if I don't know if you have an Eventbrite account or not, I do have an account where I save a bunch of stuff in my my love it list, the like list. And you can be a vendor, or you can sign up to like if you feel comfortable like going on stage. So like that's what I've been looking at, like for here, like in Philly, and I feel like I looked in like Delaware, here, Maryland, and also New York. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Someone put in the chat, and I just did a thumbs up about a Facebook group, but I just went to book signing yesterday. My friend, he has cerebral palsy, and just wrote a devotional about the human experience, connecting with parents. There's a whole community, parents, educators, and I think you can also reverse how we get disabilities. You reverse how we have these misconceptions about disabilities. And I think that your book can help to break those stereotypes.
Well, my first, to answer your question, my first speaking engagement is going to be in April. We're going to set it up at Wheaton Library near where I live. And it's going to be with my target audience through my business plan is mothers with disabled children between 5 and 15. And I'm talking especially to the IDD children. Those are children that have that are able to mentally still be able to understand you. So you can be retarded, you can have epilepsy, you can have that, but you can still walk and talk and be able to get around. And the idea is to help you to be able to let go of those chains so then they can not just be able to live at the apartment and still need you to do their paper, but they can be able to learn how to put their stuff together, which is what I'm showing through my videos and stuff, like how to organize. Like I did organization video, because organization to our brains is totally different than yours. Not to be mean, but we may think differently or slower. So then organization to remember like where things are, or information can be really, really difficult. So like when you have your book and you have the quotes written, the affirmations written down, that's cool, because then I have another place for that quote, that for the affirmation I can go to. Because remembering can be very difficult. Like I'm not the person that's going to quote scriptures all the time, but I may heard the scripture, but I may not be able to speak it. But I know my hearing or my sight, but my speaking is going to be slower to my memory.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing so much about your book. Appreciate that. Yeah, one more person, Carnetta. Am I saying that right? You on mute?
You are so close. It's Carnita.
Carnita.
Yeah. So close. So close. No, just kidding.
Thank you for joining us. You want to share as well, Carnita?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to briefly kind of share my journey. Well, I am actually a newly published author. I'm actually holding it. Oh, let me turn off the blur. I'm actually holding it in my hot little hands. You see it? Okay, there you go. So this is my very first endeavor into physical publication. The title of the book is called Ghost Protocol: Dating in the New Millennium. And don't let the title fool you. It's not just about people who are dating. It's actually a book about relationships and connections, and how in this day and age of technology and dating apps and, texting and all that stuff, even though there's more ways for us to connect than ever before to anybody anywhere in the world, people feel more and more disconnected, I'm finding. And so the book is actually a book of 12 short stories. All the stories revolve around the Atlanta area. I lived in Atlanta a couple of times in my life for a couple of years. And I picked that city, one, because I lived there, and I'm just gonna put this out there. I don't like Atlanta. Atlanta's not for me, but it's a nice place to visit. Don't want to live there. But there's this prevailing thought that the imbalance of single women to single men makes women desperate and guys cocky. So there's that. So, but yeah, all the stories are African American themed stories. And they just deal with all the nuances of relationships. There's relationships having to do with friends, single, same sex, opposite sex, family members, those miscues and non-communication that takes place in a relationship that makes you assume things because you don't want to put yourself out there and, and say what's really on your heart and mind. So, yeah, this is my first endeavor, like I said. It's a project that I started when I was in grad school getting my master's in education. And I was kind of struggling with my novel. I was outlining my novel. It was my capstone class. So I had to come up with some kind of the finished project that you can turn in. It's like, okay, I got a good start. So I was struggling. So I had a meeting with my professor, and I'm like, I'm struggling. And he's like, he likes the concept. He liked the concept of my novel, but he could tell it was like weighing on me. Because that one is loosely based on some relationship that happened in college. It was crazy, traumatic, whatever. So he asked me like, what other type of writing I like to do. And I said, well, I like short stories. And he goes, well, there's an idea. Maybe you could come up with something that's a collection, and at the time, let's see, that was 2017. Yeah. So I was like 5 years outside of my divorce and trying to date in the digital world as a grown-up, with a young child. I'm all the way across country from my ex-husband and my family. I lived in North Carolina, they were in Arizona. And everybody kept telling me, oh, you just got to put yourself out there. You got to get on the dating apps. I would get on there. I would swipe for a week, talk to a couple people and be like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that. So when he suggested short stories, I'm like, everybody used to always tell me I was the queen of the next, which meant I'd be like, oh, I met a guy. And then like a week later, they'd be like, oh, how's you and so-and-so going? Girl, next. No. So that became my unofficial title during dating, is Queen of the Next. But I started researching just other avenues of how people connect, not just dating apps. But so a lot of the themes for my stories, I concocted a scenario based on finding ads on Craigslist, the personals. So I would find a weird ad and I'm like, oh, I wonder how that went, so and I would just create a whole scenario around it. So basically that's what this book is in a nutshell, is just trying to connect, trying to help people get out of their head and get to, well, first heal so that they can show up as their authentic selves, and then foster genuine connections and relationships between people, all relationships. I always say there's 3 battles that go on with inside of us. There's the external battle, which there's an antagonist out there that you got to deal with. There's the intimate battle, intimate enemy, which is somebody that secretly is hating on you. They don't want you to win because your spirit irritates their demons, and then there's the internal battle, that which is the stories the reels that we keep playing in our own heads about who we are and how we're showing up and what people think of us and all this stuff. That part that we really need to hone in on and heal so that we can become who we really are. And then that way we can attract the people who are meant to be in our space and who can help us flourish in a sense. So this book has been a labor of blood, sweat, and tears. I actually, like I said, I started in 2017, and at the time when I graduated, I had 7 of the stories finished. So it took me up until the end of 2023 to finish them other 5 stories, because life be life, and and that's just how it goes. But once I did get all 12 of them done, then I knew, especially short story, that arena, a lot of big name publishing, they don't look at it so much because they don't see the value in it, whatever. But so I knew I wanted to self-publish, and so I started looking into all the things that come into self-publishing, and oh my God, did I learn a lot last year. Oh.
I'm sure.
Oh, it was an exercise in patience, which I used to have none. Now about half, my tank's about half full. It was a lot. But the like I said, the premise of the book is, I can actually just read a little bit from the foreword. I'm getting a light in here. My eyes are old. I'll be 59 this year. So let's see. It says Ghost Protocol Single in the New Millennium is a collection of short story that takes a microscopic look at, often poking fun of, attempting to connect and date in the age of technology and the drama and hardships associated with it. It may seem as if it is intended for those jumping back into the dating pool after a long-term relationship or marriage that did not last the test of time. However, it spotlights how, in a world of unlimited possibilities and then technology to connect us to almost anyone, anywhere, it has become increasingly more difficult to connect at all, which can make the magnitude of the misses seem even more monumental. So, and then of course we got to deal with the new terminology that comes up, like ghosting, which is when a person who is seen as being not being fully present in their dealings with communications with another person, and just doesn't want to tell you they're no longer interested. They just kind of fade into the ether like a ghost, you know. So that's from the forward, and I can say that, you know, I wanted each story to have its own personality because they are individual relationships. So each one is illustrated, and I had to hire somebody to do this for me because this is not my genre. I mean, I loved art, but yeah, she did a much better job. So each book has its own, you know, header illustration that kind of gives you a glimpse into what's to come in that story. But the other thing I have been working on top of, as if this isn't enough, I wrote a theme song for my book. So my book will have its own theme song. So Ellisha, shout out to the music stuff. I got you. And so that was a production in itself. My daughter created the beat a couple years ago, and I overheard it, and I'm like, okay, that's fire. I need to do something with that. So I took her beat and I wrote lyrics to it, and then I knew I wasn't gonna sing, rap, and all of that. So I hired 2 vocalists who did the music for me. They both sang a rap on the song, and so now my next project, as if I don't have enough going on, is to create a music video, an AI generated music video. So that's my new thing, is to do that. But so when I'm not killing myself in the world of literary music, my bill-paying job is I'm a proposal writer, so I write for a living too. And it's funny because who was talking about this? I can't remember who was talking about grief. I'm bad with names, but they were talking about you know, sharing or helping kids who, not just parents who passed or grandparents, but also whose their parents might be incarcerated. So the company that I work for is called Secures Technologies, and they are a company that works. What they do, their technology helps the most incarcerated class of people in our country. You know, they provide technology in jails and prisons to connect people who are incarcerated to the outside world, so they can hopefully improve their life when they were back on the outside, and also to connect them to their family and friends. And I met a young girl at our ERG open house who, she was an intern. I think they hired her now, but she wrote a book called Teen Guide to Living with Incarcerated Parents. And she's like college age, you know, so she wrote this when she was 16. And so I bought a copy of her book just because I'm like, well, that's awesome. She's a writer, young writer. So, but like I said, those relationships, that relationship building, it's important, even though that parent or family member or whatever is not there. It's really all about those connections that we forge, or that we're trying to forge in this world. And that's a way that, on the good side, technology helps to, you know, to bridge that digital divide and connect people to the outside world. So, but yeah, that, and then also I have started my own publishing company, which is for music and literature. And I've been a travel agent for like almost 2 decades. So I have another website outside of my author website that I plan what I call holistic communication and wellness retreats in other countries. So yeah, so that's my spiel.
Any questions? Any questions? That was awesome. Thank you. That was awesome for
My
sharing.
question is, do
Yes,
you present
Carnita.
virtually?
I'm sorry,
Do
what was
you
that?
present virtually is my question.
Yes, girl. I'm trying to talk to as many people as possible because I really want to keep the conversation going. So it's not just about writing the book, it's about really starting the conversation of how can we get better at communicating, one, who we are, showing up in the world as that person, that best version of ourselves that we can, and then connecting to other people in a more genuine and authentic way. So
Yes, so I asked that because I have 2 to 3 day summits, and my topic is literacy through STEAM, and STEAM is literally every content area. So whenever as they come up, I go to events, but based on whatever you say you want to do, just like with the other ladies, I'll say, okay, this month I'm doing a focus on financial literacy or whatever, the content is. So I'll whatever month you say you're available, I'll make that month whatever your content is.
okay, yeah, that sounds awesome.
So whenever you share your contact information,
I do. And my website, y'all just don't know what I've been going through with this website. I had a website and that I just rebuilt, like literally finished 3-4 days ago, and my hosting company accidentally deleted it.
Oh my
because
goodness.
I wanted to remove the store. So I didn't like their store front thing
Right.
to sell merchandise. So I'm like, I just want to take this off. And they're like, oh, okay. They deleted the entire website. And I'm like, I was so pissed that I'm like, I'm finding a new host. I will, if I have to rebuild it, I'll rebuild it somewhere. But it is live. Like the link itself is live, but I have to redo but anyways, I'm going on. But I will put my website, LinkedIn, or Linktree, and that kind of information out here. So there we go. And
thank you for sharing.
Carnita, can you share like what the ranges of your publishing packages for books? The price ranges?
I really haven't fleshed that part out yet. But I would say I don't know if I'm going to have like a publishing package because that means that I got to do stuff. But I think what I would really, Lord have mercy, it's so much fun. But I think what I would really like to do is sit down with somebody who wants to be a published author and then decide what it is, what route they want to take, and then connect them to the resources that I've, developed. Like I know somebody who's a great editor. She's awesome. I would definitely use her again. My illustrator was awesome. I unfortunately had to learn Adobe InDesign myself to format I would not recommend that. That's not for folks at all.
Yes.
I managed to flesh it out, but I don't know that I'd want to do that for somebody, but I could find you somebody. So, so I would like sit down with somebody and say, okay, what do you need? And connect you with those resources and then help you along that path, put it that way.
Carnita, I call that consulting because my company is called Renewed Spirit Publishing, but that's not my ministry. So I tell people when they call me and say, can you help me write my book? I say, what I can do is share what worked for me and what didn't work for me. I do not guarantee you any results. I can tell you, I can consult with you and I can get you from, if you want to do an ebook, hard copy, paperback, I can share with you how to copyright, whatever I learned, I can share it with you as a consultant. But I do not publish other folks' books because I'm still in that journey myself, even though I'm on book number 6.
Look, book number 1 almost took me out. So there's that. But I mean, I got ideas in the works. Other things I want to do. I am going to finish that novel. I'm emotionally past the phase where I can actually finish it now. But yeah, so I think that's what I would like to do, the consulting part. Yeah. Also have cool merchandise available.
Yeah, that's what I did too. See, bye.
Natasha, we got you covered. I got a couple people I'm gonna connect you with.
Yeah, I need to be in that meeting too because I'm doing nonfiction I'm doing a novel for the first time, so it's a whole nother genre of what I.
Okay. See, I've never done nonfiction. Like I've been writing short stories since I was like sixth grade. I started writing poetry in high school, you know.
Okay.
So fiction is kind of my jam, even though I incorporate, some real life stuff to it.
Awesome.
It's still fictional spin. So
Okay,
I'm
Sheila, you
interested
got
in
any
a graphic
poems,
novel
Sheila?
for the middle grades.
that would
That's what I want to write next.
that would be really
So
cool.
Sheila dropped her information. Make sure you get that. She does editing. So please, 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 it's a good network to share and connect with each other. You already talked throughout the whole Zoom, so you kind of know how everybody kind of communicates as well. So this is a good introduction. So
Yes.
now the
Yeah,
next
let
thing
me
you
know
do is
about speaking
schedule.
engagements.
Yes, definitely do those one-on-ones for everyone.
Yeah, I
But
need help with the whole getting it out there thing because I'm
marketing,
planning my
yes.
virtual book launch happy hour where
Uh-huh.
the music video is going to be debuted, and I'm
Oh yeah.
going through the copywriting of the song and all that stuff.
Yes.
So,
All
but
right. Well, my dates in my head is trying to figure out a marketing class, and I will let everyone know.
I was just
Um,
about to tell you, Kim is the.
I'm working on the I'm working on the date for the marketing class.
We
We
want you
have
to
to do
get
one.
finished with the PhD first,
Oh, oh,
then
oh,
we can get on your list for the rest.
I'm on chapter 4. I'm on chapter 4.
Yes.
All
I'm
what are
still
you,
trying to
right,
figure
chapter
out.
four.
what are you getting
You
your
almost.
PhD in, Kim?
Educational leadership, and I'm pretty much what I'm doing is really being an advocate for putting school libraries back into schools. Because as you know, now with everything that's going on, we may not even have public libraries.
You
So,
know, they don't even want
really,
books unless they pick them right.
exactly. So not only just putting school libraries, helping them reopen, but make sure they have diverse books and books from all of us. That's in the
Yeah.
like Authors Association and all that great stuff. So
Yeah.
it's been really great. It's been really great.
Yeah.
But thank everyone for joining this evening. Honestly, this is one of my favorite. I'm not sure if I help me to say that. I mean, Black History One is good too, but this one right here, I really always enjoy. Um, what I want you to do is everyone, if you can go around and share one word that describes your superpower.
Love.
Yes,
Love is my superpower.
Connection.
connection. Yes,
Helping.
helping. Yep.
Service.
Creativity.
Yes.
I would say curious. I'm always
Curious.
wanting to learn new things.
Quan,
Giving.
giving. Nice. Yes. Marcina, Dr. Sabrina, you have a superpower word?
Service
God,
is mine. A servant.
Yes. Marcina, you have a superpower word?
God,
God. All right. All right. My superpower word is family. I'm a Southern girl. I love family. And I love bringing people together to make them feel like they have a family. Like these Zooms right here I want everyone to feel like they're not alone on this writing journey and realize that there is other people that's going through the same thing, and you have someone that you can lean on or talk to or reach out to via email, social media. But building a family is really important to me as we go through this journey of being an author. Again, thank you so much for joining me. Um, we will be sharing this video with everyone. Like I said, this is one of my favorite ones. But please connect with each other. Share your stories with one. Share everyone's story with one another, and definitely remember you are not alone. We created the Black Authors Association because we want to make sure that Black and brown authors have a platform to share their books, share what they're doing at all times. And we have these platforms, the Zoom, so that way people can see you visually and hear your stories and then connect with you even more. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a great, awesome Sunday, and look forward to seeing you at the next one. If you are a VIP member of Black Authors Association, we're gonna do this again next month because this April is Member Appreciation Month. So we're gonna figure out how we can do something a little different but a little fun, but with all of the members meeting each other. Because believe it or not, we go from East Coast to West Coast. Sheila's in the West Coast out in Cali. Me and Natasha in Philly. We have Midwest and we have down south. So we're all over the place. So we got to make sure we always stay connected as well. Thank you so much. And as always, have a blessed evening and I'll see you soon.
So will this link be available tomorrow, Kim?
Yes, most
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah, I had a friend, a girl Trek member and sister Lisa, who came in, but she had to leave right before I spoke. So she was like, I gotta go, but she was trying to get in here, so I'll share it with her.
Thank you.